Where's my screen? Oh, there. Hello, hello. Oh, look at that. It's going. Very good. Welcome. Welcome back, I suppose. Right. Let me see if I can figure out the big green button. Look at that. Right. First, some housekeeping stuff. If an alarm goes off, that means an emergency, and get out. The evacuation point is opposite the hotel entrance at number 1 Grey Street. Use the main stairs or the fire exits by Aurora or Featherston room. I don't know where that is, but I assume there's some big signs that say exit. If there's an earthquake, remain calm, stay put, get under tables or chairs, whatever's nearby. Further instructions will come over the PA and follow what the hotel staff do and tell us to do, and whatever else. Okay, safety stuff. So welcome back. It's been a while since we were all last together. We missed a year, obviously, and we had a bit of a delay thanks to COVID, but here we are. So yeah, interesting couple of years. Internet's changed a bit. Everyone has to have good, reliable home internet instead of it just being for, Facebook. Now everyone has to have good, for Zoom and whatever else. So we sold out this NZNOG twice actually. We capped it at 150 because of the room size, and then we decided to change a little bit and change some of the seats, and so we capped it at 160, and we sold 161 tickets. So, so all good. We've got 80% Kiwi content this year. I think 80, maybe more, which is great actually. We normally have about 60% Kiwi content, but we thought we wouldn't be able to fill a whole program, but we've managed to, and that's great. So thank you all to the presenters for stepping up and helping us get a good program together. So COVID safety stuff. Please sanitize your hands before presenting. We've got a little hand sanitizer thing here. We're requesting that everybody wears masks in the conference room and particularly at the registration desk. And there's masks in everybody's bags if you need one. There's hand sanitizer around everywhere, and please turn on your Bluetooth tracing in case that becomes a useful thing, because we're not scanning, but we've got the Bluetooth tracing thing. Right, so we've got to say thank you to all of our sponsors. The sponsors really pay for a huge amount of the conference, so they're a critical part of it. We've got our gold sponsors have all got desks outstairs, out the front, so please, in the breaks, go and have a chat to them, buy stuff from them. You get the idea. And if you see any of the other people who are sponsors, say thank you to them and go and have a chat and see how you can work with them. So here's who our sponsors are. So our gold sponsors this year, we've got Go Wireless, who is almost always one of our gold sponsors. We've got Go Wireless, NZIX, and Red Hat. Our drinks sponsors, both last night for anybody who came along to that, and tonight is Phoenix. For dinner tonight, the sponsor is Arista, so thank you then for that. We've got our silver sponsors, is TuTalk, Trustpower, Veta, AWS, and Juniper. Coffee sponsor out the front, which is in the breaks. If anyone wants a good coffee, sponsored by Go Wireless. Community sponsors is Invejo, Inspire, Searchlight, and Devoli. Conference organisation is by Internet NZ and Yvonne, who's out at the registration desk, who really makes this thing work. And that's our sponsors. Conference bags, for anyone who hasn't got one, they're in the room just out to the left. There's a room there, and in the break you can get a conference bag. The room's called the Thorndon Room. And then our Thursday dinner is at... What happened there? Okay. At 5:30 at Foxglove. Now, Foxglove is Pretty nearby, it's a couple blocks away, down over on the waterfront. So to get there, you go out the front door, turn left, straight over Jervois Quay, which is the big multi-lane road there. Before you hit the water and get wet, turn left, and a couple buildings along. So there's a big sign. I think it's, big lit up foxglove thing. So to get in there, we're in the venue space upstairs. So the entrance to that, I think, is around the back. Yeah. And I think that's all we've got for my thing. Did I fill 5 minutes? I was supposed to fill 15, but that's okay. Should we move on to our next speaker? Very good. Who is it? Dan? Very good. I should have prepped. All right. So it's Dan from Prodigy doing bootstrapping an ISP.
All right. So no pressure for me. It's my first NZNOG, my first talk ever, and I get to open the conference. So yay me! Not entirely sure how I ended up first on the list, but it does mean that I get to chill for the rest of the conference. It has been suggested that I head for the bar after this, but might be a little bit early. Who am I? Dan Faulkner, from all the way down in Invercargill. And yes, it does rain a lot, especially in winter. Every second day it probably rains, which is what it seems to be famous for. I run Prodigy, which is myself and a team of 3 others. I have been doing that for 3 or 4 years now. It's terrifying and exciting to be your own boss. Couple of slightly more personal things, if the button wants to go. I'm autistic, which means what the hell am I doing up here in front of all these people? It's a challenge, but it's been a good challenge. I also have ADHD, which means I get distracted easily, as everyone seems to stereotype with it. And I'm queer, so they, them pronouns for me, please. And a thanks to Nathan for accepting my idea and taking it to the committee of having stickers to go on the badges for your pronouns. I do encourage the use of those, even for people that their pronouns are in the default setting, because it kind of normalizes it for everyone to use those. Right, what's inside? So we started an ISP kind of almost unintentionally. So yeah, the talk runs through the history of the ISP and a bunch of dumb mistakes that we made and lessons we learned, which is a bit of a risk when you're making those mistakes live on the internet. When we deployed BGP in 2018, I hadn't actually used BGP at all, so we learnt on the fly, as I said, and made a bunch of mistakes. Thankful that we haven't made the news with any route hijacks. Yeah, and come to think of it, I didn't know even what a VLAN was until late 2011, and somewhere in this room is the person that taught me about VLANs, and I'm not sure if I should thank him or not. Yeah, so it's meant to be more entertaining than anything else, and it's relatively low on technical content, but hopefully you find it interesting and relate. Humble beginnings 2018. The first server, Supermicro. This server is in 220 Queen Street, and that's how it looked about a year ago. I don't think it's changed since then. I called it Host the Second because I was going, we might have a couple of servers, and it sounded like an entertaining way to name servers. We started plugged into a provider switch and then into ours. It's still in use, and much to the chagrin of my senior engineer, the ZFS pool is called Host the Second, even though we've changed the host name, because ZFS pools mean you have to shut all the VMs down and remove them and change it, though. It does have a E5 2690, so it's getting a little bit slow, so it might not be around for much longer. And as you can imagine, I did get talked out of that naming scheme pretty quickly. As we got more servers, we got to the 6th before people went, yeah, this is not going to last. What happens when we get to host the 100th? So we did move into slightly more industry standard naming relatively quickly, though, as I said, the legacy has stuck around a little bit. My first interesting anecdote, which I'm going to kind of intersperse into the history, MTU. We all love MTU. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Because we're a small network, we do all sorts of interesting things to play. We stood up a tunnel between Auckland and Sydney to get our prefixes onto NSWIX, because why not? Tunnel was 1420, as you can imagine, and it worked. And we're not quite sure why, because it shouldn't. And that tunnel doesn't exist anymore, because there's not really much point talking to an IX over the internet, but it was a fun experiment and a confusing one. Joining the information superhighway, do keep an eye on the slide titles. They're all relatively entertaining, or I like to think so. Our first router was a Vios VM on that server that I showed a picture of earlier, and we actually, found that quite good. We started with a leased ASN from HostUS, who do quite a lot of that as far as I can tell, and we quickly moved to our own IP space and ASN. Our APNIC application took a couple of tries. We were new and to all of it, so we didn't quite meet the requirements for the membership the first time around. But luckily, we did get in while we could still get a /22 to beat that IPv4 exhaustion, and there's your first bingo square as well. Yep, so that's our Vios login, and we actually only just moved in late 2021 away from Vios, and I will talk about that in some detail later on. I think Vios was a great place to start because it's a purely Linux-based system, so all the tools like TCP dump and things like that are there and available, which is really useful when we're horribly confused about where our traffic's going. More about MTU. Most people have seen this haiku before, and I've made a very slight modification to it because when you're working in networking, if it's not DNS, it's MTU. We started very much in the IT services realm, which is where the DNS haiku comes from on Reddit, and modified it for moving to networking. MTU causes issues in weird and wonderful ways, and as Mike, my engineer, said, mostly weird. So if you can't explain an issue, it's either MTU or DNS, or in some cases, both. 2019, we got a switch of our own, or 4 actually. We installed our first switches into 220 Queen Street, and we went with second-hand Arista switches from eBay. Sorry, Arista, I know you don't really like the grey market. They were low cost, and we got MLAG, which is we thought was important. Put 2 on level 2, 2 in the basement. Turns out the red and blue LEDs in 220 Queen Street make photos a bit of a nightmare. So those are the switches, and no comments on the cable management, please. We are aware that it's not very good. A leg up. So a big thanks to the suppliers who sold us data center space, servers, bandwidth, things like that in small quantities, and all their expertise as well. One of the big barriers that we've found with entering the ISP space is minimum spends. You have to buy 100 megs of transit or spend $5,000 a month with some of the bigger suppliers. So really appreciate the small wholesale providers who are in this room, who are happy to sell 20 megs of transit or 2 RU, things like that. And I was actually laughed at by one of the larger providers because I was like, we've just started, we need 10 meg 95th percentile transit, and they laughed at me and went, no. And at that stage you can't afford 100 meg, so that's where we ended up with some of the smaller providers that are willing to do no commit or very low commit. Needs for speed, we're still in 2019. Installed some more switches, and with it, our first 40 gig links. I was quite excited by that because I could run show interfaces on the port channel, and we had 80 gig. Not quite 100, haven't quite jumped over that yet, but we got 80, so that's pretty good. And we deployed a Ceph cluster because some of our customers apparently will happily pay extra for extreme high availability. So there it is. And again, we know about the cable management, but with all those cross connects, there's only so much you can do. It always really astounded me how many cross connects we ended up with within the data center, and quite glad that we don't pay monthly for all the cross connects in 220, as I'll mention later on. Oh, and apparently you grabbed my slides while I was in the middle of finishing them off. So in 2019, with IPv4 exhaustion again, RIPE started running out of IPs, and the nice thing about them is you can be anywhere in the world to get an account with them as long as you had a network presence in Europe. So we picked up some /24s from them, and then, like thousands of others that have recently done, picked them up and transferred them to APNIC. Thanks, RIPE. The transfer stats for RIPE went around this time just because everyone had gone, crap, we can get cheap IPs. And which, for us being small is good, because if you go to an IP broker, another bingo, you avoid spending at the moment $50 an IP, which is 20 grand per /24, which is just horrific. So how's everyone's IPv6 deployments going? A history talk is obviously not complete without a mention of COVID. We kind of had a bit of a break while COVID happened. I had to really think hard about what we did in 2020. I think that's kind of the same for everyone. It's like, what did we actually do in 2020? But the one advantage both for us and for our customers was that there were a lot of discounts flying around, and people doing nice things for other people thanks to COVID. And that is actually what leads us to our ISP journey. The first one is always free. One of the COVID discounts that was offered to us was a free handover to a wholesale provider who does layer 2 DSL and fiber tails. I hadn't really intended on doing internet at all. We just had, a network to support all our servers, but hey, the handover was free, so why not? At least I could, do internet for my parents, which was the first day that we connected. And over the next 12 months, our tower count grew, which we'll discuss further on. And I'm gonna stop saying people in this room because everyone's here, so it's kind of a given. Routers from Latvia. I can hear the groans already, and I did actually hear a couple as well. So obviously I'm talking about MikroTik. And at our scale, MikroTik does actually work for us. Our BNG is still a CHR, and it's running really well. And we do a bunch of EOIP and VPLS on MikroTik as well. And as you'll see in a later slide, our Chorus handover is plugged into a MikroTik switch. as much as I like our Arista switches, I did want a new switch in Mount Eden just so that we didn't have to worry quite as much about it. And the new RB5009 is an amazing router. We use it all over the place to get VLANs across BS2 connections. So yeah, I know there's probably a bunch of people in here going, you know, MikroTik's terrible and we'd never use it and it wakes me up at 3 o'clock in the morning, but it really does depend on your scale and, you know, right tool for the job. Moving on up, because we're all the way down in Invercargill, we don't make it to the data centre in Auckland very often, maybe once a year. So we managed to squeak in a visit in between COVID problems. And yeah, so we did that and we got out of there at 9 PM, which is actually quite impressive for a trip to the data centre. You'll see further on that next time we didn't quite get so lucky. And a bit of a plug for the Federal Delicatessen. If you haven't been there while you're visiting the data centre, make sure you do. Yeah, so we moved out of the basement and consolidated up to level 2. We did leave behind some media converters because 220 won't do copper between the floors, and we had a couple of copper cross connects, so it is what it is. The next one from our inexperience with BGP. Turns out weird things happen when you do weird traffic announcements like a 23 to transit and 2 24s to pairing. We ended up with free transit because the traffic would come in from overseas, go into the transit provider's network, and then loop around our transit provider and come to us over the IX, so it wasn't getting metered. Of course, we didn't actually notice that at first, but we got a little bit of a note from the provider going, "Can you fix this, please?" Yeah, so learning how BGP works and accepting that sometimes you just can't explain what it's up to has been one of the core lessons that we've learnt across this whole process. 2021, data is in the air. Until this point, we'd been using mostly prepay SIMs and data sharing, thanks 2 degrees, for our mobile data needs. Having lots of prepay SIMs and keeping them topped up and everything like that is just a giant pain in the neck. So that led us to a private APN, which has been nothing really short of a revelation for us. Being able to grab a SIM card, throw it in a device, and have it show up on the network. No VPNs, no configuration. Yeah, it's just fantastic. I have talked about it with a few people, and they've gone, well, "What about a VPN?" Yeah, well, you know, you're configuring 100 devices. If you're going to save 10 minutes per device, that's a bunch of time. Where did you come from? And that is better known as the importance of origin communities and filtering. Before we knew better, our filters facing our upstreams were just prefixes and AES filters. We didn't filter our outbound announcements based on where it was coming from. And that, as it turns out, is a good idea. We ended up acting as a bit of a transit provider for some other transit providers because one of our customers withdrew their announcement from us, but not their other upstream. So there was a bit of a strange path through us to get to that. Losing sleep over STP and counting RAMs. Another visit to the data center, and this is the one that I alluded to earlier. More Arista switches. Sorry, they're still secondhand. And some servers for VPP, which is something that I'm quite excited to talk about shortly. We did a 1 AM maintenance window because reconfiguring spanning tree on a production network during the day is not a good idea. And we threw some more RAM into some servers as well. And I got back to my hotel at 6:30 AM. So I don't really even know why I got the hotel. Got an hour and a half sleep and then it was off to the airport. And more pretty pictures, even though, again, it's blue. That is what we put in. I'm going to pause for 1 second and grab some water. 100% CPU load, running data planes in CPU. With thanks to Pim van Pelt and his release of the Linux control plane for VPP, we were able to use FRR in our case, or you can use Bird if you prefer, with VPP for, well-performing routers on commodity hardware without paying for a Cisco router, Juniper router, anything like that. So we ended up deploying it to a bunch of Debian machines running on VMware, ironically on Cisco servers. So it was a big job, and we ended up with a much more professional core network with multiple routers, OSPF, IBGP, EBGP, route reflectors, the whole works, rather than one VM which was running everything. So that made things perform a lot better. We actually ended up hitting, with our BIOS, packet per second limits rather than anything else. If you don't know, VPP works with DPDK, which is a framework which gives you essentially data planes and CPU. So it uses polling-based technology to get good performance out of it, but it does whatever CPU cores you give it, it pegs them at 100%, which is fine, but you do need to be aware of it. So big thanks to Mike, my engineer, for all the work he put in, and to Pim as well for releasing the tool. I think he's going to come back and watch this because he was keen to have someone talk about his package on at a conference, at a talk. So and that's what one of our VMware hosts looks like, with lots of CPU in use. I'm going to talk a bit more about VPP and LCP-NG as well. Nice thing about it is that once you've configured it, it's all standard Linux tools, IP, FRR, things like that. You're not ending up spending too much time in VPP itself. The main thing you have to do is talk to VPP and tell it, here's the interfaces, here's what I want to call them, and which Linux namespace we're putting them into. We are using virtualized switches on VMware and virtual NICs. Most people would use something like SRIOV to do this, but unfortunately we had to pick between SRIOV and LACP, because once you split a NIC into multiple, virtual NICs, you can't do LACP. Unless you have the fancy Cisco NICs that act as fabric extenders for their Nexus switches, but unfortunately not. And like I said, it's all IP from there, so that's us, setting the MTU, and then bringing up a VLAN on one of the links. And it's even, you can even do Q on Q by just stacking the interfaces, so it's really, really simple. Bit more on it, into FRR now. IP configuration is pretty standard. You'll notice this is a RFC example network. I didn't want to put a real IP up there. And then BGP configuration, you've all seen this, it's your Cisco style configuration. We ended up going with FRR, even though lots of people seem to be going with Bird, because we're, I guess, a little bit old school with knowing the Cisco way of doing things, so that's where we went. And this is where it starts to get exciting. Late 2021, cutting out the middleman. As our tail count started to grow, it was time to talk to Chorus. And in October, we started the process of picking up a handover at Mount Eden. And October turned out to be the wrong time to do it, because we just barely got it before Christmas. And a tip for new players, do it as soon as possible, because those churn costs do hurt. When you have to bring tails across, you have to churn them all, and that can hurt. RIP my inbox. I made a small mistake when we signed up for the Chorus notifications. That's my inbox, and everyone's inbox at the company, because it went to our shared NOC address. So we woke up one morning to that. It's obviously filtered now, but we didn't realize the volume that was going to come through. The two words that bring joy and fear to every ISP person's heart: service given. And it was our handover. Unfortunately for us, we didn't know any better, and we picked the wrong ether type, and for some reason our VMware DVS switches did not handle the S tags, so we had to wait over Christmas and get it changed to VLAN tags. And here's MikroTik again. We ended up standing up a MikroTik CHR and literally just bridging between the two ether types, which worked. Just. But everyone's closed for Christmas and New Year. What are you going to do? A question that I've been asking a lot of customers: are you sure you need hyperfiber? And probably the answer is no. And yeah, so this sits in the customer is not always right kind of category. So far I've only come across one customer, and that's across all residential and business customers we have, that actually had a use case aside from posting speed tests. Hyperfiber tail extensions are now available, which is very exciting. I do have a couple of orders in, one's for me at home, because why wouldn't you? And the other is literally for someone because they want to be able to post speed tests online. I'm not kidding. But it's their money, so. Yeah, and part two, of course, is actually getting the handover back to Queen Street, and there's our MikroTik switch. And I didn't think about it at the time, but the 10K optics we have, not quite strong enough, but it's working, so what do you know? And surprisingly, I'm actually running a port channel around the ring, so one direct from Queen Street to Mount Eden and one through Data Vault, and surprisingly the port channel's working, so we have a 20 gig port channel. I was expecting with those small latency differences it wouldn't work, but it is. Getting your reputation, and again my slide's slightly old, it's alright. 7:45 PM, December the 24th. Someone needs internet. Where are you going to go? Probably not any of the larger players. No disrespect to them, but the advantage of us being small is that we can, in that 15 minutes before the cutoff on Christmas Eve, place an order for a fiber tail, and we managed to get them online for Christmas. And somehow on Geek Zone, which everyone knows, I've picked up a bit of a reputation of doing same-day connections. Mostly it's a case of people not planning properly, but hey, if we can help, then that's quite nice, and it's fun to be seen as a bit of a miracle worker. The road ahead. Can anyone tell me who wrote the book with that title? I'll buy you a beer later. Yeah. It was Bill Gates. Yeah, so for 2022, apart from adding more connections, hopefully, now that we actually are an ISP, which wasn't particularly planned, we're going to move to port-based authentication, which is the trend, and possibly away from PPPoE, as, yeah, everyone seems to be doing that. And I hope everyone enjoyed my my post about using Unify switches for our backbone into the Slack the other day. I obviously wasn't serious, even though $1,200 for a switch with 25 gig ports is pretty good. So if we find a decent 25 gig switch, we'll upgrade our CWM to that and jump into Data Vault as well. Yeah, and that's it with about a minute to go. Yeah, I don't know if we're set up for questions or not. We are? Cool. If anyone has any questions, complaints, judgments, whatever, happy to hear it. I know that we probably made a bit of a mess of things in our inexperience, so I'm happy to take feedback, and hopefully people are related to it as well. So if you have any war stories, I'd love to hear them later on. No? Thank you. Over there. Yeah.
So that was the
That was how many customers we have? Yeah, less than 4,000. Good one, yeah. We are registered with Tixer and everything like that, though. But yeah, to seriously answer the question, at the moment we have about 100 fibre connections, and which is, I don't think, not too bad for people who have never marketed or intended to be an ISP. Cool, looks like that's it.
Yeah, really was a great first talk, so well done, yeah. Now we've got Eric Liu from Vodafone talking about radio access networks. Here he is, awesome.
So the green button? Yes. All right. Great. Hi, my name is Eric Liu. I'm the network architect for the radio access networks in Vodafone. I work in the RAN team, and then the RAN team is part of the larger wholesale and infrastructure team in Vodafone. So we look after the whole infrastructure, basically the whole network in Vodafone, not including the IT network, though, the cellular network and the other fixed wireless and fixed network. So today I'm just trying to talk about something about the private access. So you probably heard of, I think there are a lot of things going on, talking about private network, but then there's a bit more than that. So I just want to, all right, thank you, that's great. All right, so before I go to the private part, I think I just go through quickly the public part. I think that's what I'm showing here is what the mobile network have always been. So basically, like MNOs, mobile network operators, they built a mobile network. Like Vodafone, we build a cellular network, and then our customers use the devices, phones or laptops, or iPads, that sort of thing, when they're out and about and use that. And then when customer back to their home or their company, they would have a local network. And then mostly on Wi-Fi and Ethernet for the fixed ones, and then they use those things to get connected. And there's, now these days after the COVID, and most people will probably start working from home, so they would probably use their Wi-Fi, or when they're outside, they use the cellular network to use some VPN to access their network into their system, or go to the cloud and do their business about. But, I think with the 5G and the 4G going, there might about to be some changes into this local network space. So you probably, I'm just thinking about it, people would be very familiar with Wi-Fi. And then Wi-Fi is everywhere, from homes to office to everywhere. But and then people think, okay, if you want wireless connect in homes or in office, you would just go to Wi-Fi. But in reality, with 5G and cellular goes on, there seems there will be a trend that it may possibly, the cellular part will get into Wi-Fi. There are a few things about Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is great. It's cheap. It's everywhere, and everybody can do it, and then it does the job mostly for the home. But then it does have certain issues, weakness, and then this majority of that is because it's using the shared radio spectrum. Basically, everybody is using the exact same frequency, and then run their network. And because of that, you have a lot of limitations. So Wi-Fi cannot go very high powered, so the Wi-Fi access point has to be quite low powered. We're talking about quarter watt. And then even outside, you may go a little bit higher. By the end of the day, each Wi-Fi access point can only go maybe a room, large room like this. It's probably as good as it goes. And then you would have interference because everybody else is using the same frequency. So, and you have no control, you can't complain, right? So I say you can say, okay, I'm got bad Wi-Fi because my neighbor, he's blasting his Wi-Fi, but then you actually can't complain. You can't say, oh, you can't do it because he has the same right as what you have. So, end of the day, your Wi-Fi can only do so much. So you can carefully plan them and make them work, but at the end of the day, it serves a small place. And when you go out, it basically, that's it. And then because of interference, and there are, of course, a lot of issues like reliability. I mean, you can't predict what happens. I mean, 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi is pretty history. Anything can do that. Bluetooth and microwave can cut your connection. Even with the new 6 gigahertz planned, you still have the same problem because everybody else will be using the same frequency. So there's not much you can do. You really can't solve the problem. That's the fundamental issue. But actually, on the other hand, if you look at cellular, that's a completely different story. Cellular has always been operating on the dedicated spectrum. I mean, operators, of course, buy spectrums or get allocated from the government, sometimes paying big money, tens or hundreds of $millions, depends on which countries you are. And then the good thing about that, of course, is that you have that spectrum to your own. So you have total control of how you use the spectrum. And that way, then you can manage the interference. And that's why I say when planning a Wi-Fi network, some people will probably know that you will plan, so okay, I need at least a negative 80 or 85 dBm signal level. And that's actually really, really high in the cellular world. I mean, we plan our network to like 116 or decimal levels. So that's 1,000 times less coverage. The reason we can do that is because, of course, you have interference under control, while in the Wi-Fi you don't. So you have to rely on high frequency, high signal levels. But with high signal level, you come with even more interference, and then you get into a loop that will get worse and worse. But in cellular, because you have these spectrums, you can go much lower. That's why you have a cell tower. You can cover up to actually 100 kilometers away. If you are, say, for example, if you have a line of sight to the cell tower, say like if you're on the coast or you're in a boat, you can get pretty good coverage, even though you're 60K, 80K away, even 100K away, you can still make a call. So that's actually another thing Wi-Fi didn't quite get right is the mobility control. Basically, let's say you have many different access points, and how the device move about, you actually don't have much control. Even with the new Wi-Fi 6 standard, you still don't have very good control. So largely it depends on the device. So when you have a network, you basically can't control much. Can't control much of where your users are, and you can't move around. So that means you can't really control the load on each of the Wi-Fi access point. But in cellular, it was designed to be a mobile system. So basically, the system and the device work together to decide where to go and which cell tower is on. So that basically, let's say if you're driving from Kaitaia to Bluff, your device, and you're making call on a data session, your device will be handed over between different towers. And that's actually, with that function being in the original design, then you have much control, while Wi-Fi you don't. So basically, I think Wi-Fi and cellular has different strengths and weakness, and quite often Wi-Fi's weakness is actually the cellular's strength. Of course, cellular, there's one thing about Wi-Fi is that Wi-Fi has always been cheap or low cost, and everybody can afford it. Everybody can have one at home or have a few at home, and then you can have a pretty big Wi-Fi network in the business. But then things changing, right? So the cellular network devices, actually, actually the network devices, say the cell towers, the cost is getting lower, and then they may become smaller. So they from big towers or big boxes, now you can get a small cell tower in a box which is the same size as a Wi-Fi access point. And the cost is getting lower and lower. Another thing is, there's more spectrum that's been allocated to cellular. So with more spectrum, you can have much higher capacity and more speed on the cellular system. And with that, there's possibility that when in some cases, people have start finding that Wi-Fi actually, or cellular is getting better. And with 5G coming on board, 5G actually increased the performance of the cellular system probably by 10-fold compared with 3G and 4G. So we are now talking about things like 10 gigabit per second coming, not now, and we're just waiting for the ISM to allocate the spectrum, the millimeter wave, which will give us something like 400 megahertz or even 800 megahertz bandwidth to play with. And once we get that, then you can have cell tower broadcasting 800 megahertz at the same time, and you can get really, really high throughput. And then another thing is like other things like low latency. And then you can, with the whole infrastructure, and then with the help of things like edge computing, you can get much lower latency, which become important for certain applications. So because of this, there are more and more interest in people in getting, okay, how about instead of use Wi-Fi, which you have a lot of issues, or you use fiber or wired network, where it will perform well, but you have a tail, you can't move around. And then how about looking at cellular, where you can have all the flexibilities of wireless, as well as the reliability and the throughput of a wired system. That's where people start looking at a dedicated system. A shared system, of course, you can use a, say, like public mobile system, but then you have less control, right? So you get what you get. You get coverage problems, and you don't always get it right. But with a dedicated service, you get more reliability. And then people start getting the use cases. For example, in Australia, the big mines where they have a lot of usage, they need connectivity, and they need actually autonomous control of their large trucks and other communications. And then because they are actually, let's say they're these outdoor big mines, and they have tunnels in the underground as well. I mean, Wi-Fi doesn't cut really, but cellular actually works for them. So that's actually one of the existing use cases for a dedicated cellular network for them. So you get the benefit of both worlds. And then there's other potential use cases which has been developed, like for example, the transport hubs. And then we're all talking about a lot of autonomous self-driving vehicles. And then with that, you do need to have the connectivity. There are other, say, for those use cases, you would need more than just probably one connectivities. You will have some dedicated wireless system, but also you want to have cellular because you have the coverage. And then you can get really low latencies when you use the system. And then there's other use cases like the stadium, right? Stadium, we already got the cellular going, so people watch the game. They still want to, do their social things. They want to post their Facebook or do their, Instagram, that sort of thing. You need large capacity. And then as things going on, people start looking at things like instantaneous replay. Say somebody missed a goal, and then you can probably get your phone out, and suddenly you can go, I want to watch the game about 30 seconds ago, and you can get them. That's where you need high capacity and high throughput. And in that case, and then because you may have tens of thousands of people, and then it's actually pretty hard to get them all serviced by Wi-Fi. So to get that, we're talking about a dedicated service. In that case, it doesn't necessarily you have to have your own network. There are different ways to get service. For example, you can get the prioritized service on a public network, at least we have now. Like, for example, you get your phone or you want some higher priority, it is possible. You can get that already. We get some course service. But with the 5G coming, there are new possibilities that are there. One is that, and there's the one service like called the 5G feature called network slicing. Basically, it's a bit like VPN, but it's end-to-end slice. So user can be assigned a slice right from the radio, your device, all the way through the transmission network until your core and to handle a point where you can have a dedicated connection within the system where you can actually get certain type of service, certain type of service levels like your latency or throughput. And with that, you will be able to, get a certain guaranteed service levels. Of course, and then you can always have, you can build your own network. There's discussions and like the mining companies, if they want to build their own network, you can always do that. But then with that, you don't necessarily always have to build everything by yourself. You can potentially, share certain devices, certain assets which you already have, somebody already have. For example, you can share and get some RAN sharing with MNOs where they already have a large RAN network where you get some savings. So and then of course you can get your own standalone network and everything, you own everything and do everything by yourself. And then that's the options it's possible to get at. And just go through some of the network slicing. I just talk about network slicing is a feature which is going to be available on 5G standalone network. Basically, as I said, you get a guaranteed slice from end to end. So you can, with that, you can get certain guaranteed data throughput, or you can guarantee on the latencies and other aspect of the network. And you can have multiple users, have different slices, all goes through the 5G network, and each of them have certain, say for example, some people may want a higher throughput, so you can get a certain guaranteed throughput. Some people may want a higher, lower latency, and then you can get that as well. And then with that, you can get like almost like you basically have your dedicated connection when you don't need a dedicated network. It is like this. For example, if you want this static access with throughput, you would have something like this. I'm showing this a graph. Basically, you see that the pink part is actually where the MNO's mobile network operators network, and then the green part is where the customer's network is. And with that, the customer actually don't have to own the connectivity part. The cell site or towers is still owned by the MNO, but then the customer gets assigned a certain slice to meet their requirement. And with that, you get control on what you can get. And then for example, if you want to have even more lower latency, or if you have concerns or requirement for it to store your devices on premise, then you potentially can have each compute set up where you have servers at your premise and then directly connect to the cell towers servicing your location, and then you get very low latency and you get security and privacy of your devices, of data, because your data is on your premise, is not outside or somewhere about. And then for some customers, they consider probably not enough. I mean, just not get network slicing. They may still want a almost logically dedicated or private network. I mean, they can of course build them, but then they don't have to really build everything by themselves. For the cellular network, the biggest cost, if you have a large network, for example, if you have network covers a city or say a country, then actually the largest cost or the most difficult part to build is actually the radio network, where the cell towers is. Core network is easy, and with the new technology, you basically run a service, you run some virtual machines, and then you have all the service, the core part sorted. But for radio, if you want coverage out there, you do need to have the cell towers and then those, BTS equipment out there. And that's where you run into difficulties. So it can be difficult because you need to find landlord, you need to find place. You may need to put something on the building where you talk to them, or you may need to build a few towers. And then to get towers, of course, you need a piece of land. You need to, talk to them, or you can talk to people to get leads and that. And then you just go through the IMA issues. You have to go to council because you want to put something out there, or you can try talk to council. And good luck, put something on their lamppost. But you think about it, MNOs, mobile network operators, they already built their mobile network. They have cell towers everywhere, covers everywhere. And then they actually already have radio equipment. So one way to do it is actually you can just get this service out of mobile operators' BTS equipment. You don't even need to put electronics or radio transmitters or antennas yourself. You can just get the use the existing equipment by the MNOs using what we call RAN sharing, where basically you share the hardware, and then suddenly you have your coverage all over the place where you want, you decide, or you can get the sharing agreement with the MNOs. For that, you can use MNO's frequency, or if you have their own frequency, then you can have your own frequency. You can dedicate your service to your frequency, and that's it. For that, then you don't really, all you need to do is you need to sort out your core part and you sort your central service part, then you get your network up and running. So, and then of course another option is that you just build everything yourselves, right? So you build a network and you put your BTS equipment where you want, and then build your core network, and then that's it. Of course, the thing is you need to figure out how to do it, and then once it's done, you will need to operate them, and then you manage them, which may potentially give you a higher cost. So that's really the different ways for the customer to get the dedicated cellular service. With that, it is possible to get this service into where you may need a higher service level than your Wi-Fi network, or where you may say, for example, you need a larger range where your current system doesn't work. So in summary, 5G is here, and then all the operators in New Zealand have launched 5G, and then they have been launched everywhere in the world, but this is actually just the beginning. With the new spectrum become available, and then with the development, the 5G we see that will get into place not just traditional mobile coverage areas, and it will get into other areas, for example, enterprise places, or where currently there is no feasible wireless service because of limitations of the old wireless technology. And for example, the mining areas and the mines, the ports, and then the transport hubs, and even for education and for other use cases, right? Because of the the cellular and 5G's unique capabilities. And then to get the most of that, there's a range of options for the customer, and for the users to get their dedicated or even private network service. You don't have to. You can build your own network. You can choose to get a slice, or you can choose to share a network with somebody, or you can of course build your own ones if you find that's really necessary. So basically, that's my presentation. I'm a bit relieved, anyway. Any questions?
You mentioned before about being able to prioritize access at the subscriber side.
Yeah.
So presumably that subscriber pays more of a monthly fee for his SIM card and he gets prioritized access, right?
Yes.
He or she, them, etc. Anyway, question. Is there a way, using your technology, to prioritize a particular type of data from a service provider? So, for example, if I'm a rideshare company or I'm a alarm monitoring company that wants to send notifications to thousands of my customers, can you say, based on source A, now at the moment, those sorts of people, their products work great when there's no congestion, but then the person turns up to Eden Park to pick up his ride, and the GPS can't get its data through because there's congestion. Can you go, source AS is this particular customer, no matter what mobile subscriber that's going to whatever plan they're on, can you prioritize that traffic, or does it have to be subscriber focused?
Yeah, it can be subscriber based or can be type application based and can be the type of data. The answer is it is yes.
And do you think that'll be a product that might be sold in this market in the future?
Yes, it will be. So once we get, say, at the moment we're still running 5G in the we call the non-standalone mode. It's NSA, so 5G is piggybacked on 4G. So we are, improving that, and then we'll be upgrading 5G to what we call the standalone mode. So 5G will be by itself. At that time, we would have a full 5G core network, and then so this 5G radio network and with the 5G core will be able to work together and offer things like what I mentioned, the network slice feature, which you can get your slice. You can specify, okay, I want, say, for example, I want priority, or I want latency, or I want throughput, and then I want it from here to there, or certain areas. And then, yes, then you get that. And then potentially, if you want higher priority, then you get higher priority.
No worries, thank you.
No problem. Any more?
More questions?
Okay. All right, thank you. So my name is Eric. So if you want to talk to me about anything about, I actually probably talk better when I'm down there, not up here. Yeah, so if you want, just grab me and we can talk more about it. Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is homesick. So we're 15 minutes early now. Yeah, it's break time. So let's go get a coffee and a snack, and is there snacks? Whatever's going on. Yep. Everybody have a chat, and we're back in about 30 minutes or so. At 11 o'clock. All right, 45 minutes. All right, thanks.
Sorry? Yeah. You guys aren't much better at coming in and shutting up than my student classes, really. Okay, welcome back. You will have noticed that after Napier and Christchurch, NZNOG is continuing its tour of New Zealand's earthquake sites. And in keeping with the Shaky Isles theme, this session's examining cable networks that, connect us to the rest of the world. So, first of all, I'd like to welcome Hamid Mani from Hawaiki, who's going to talk about their new cable and possibly their data center.
Kia ora, good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here again. I think last time I presented in NZNOG was in Christchurch. In Queenstown, actually. And the cable was being built, the existing Hawaiki cable. Fast forward 4 years, we are here again with yet a couple of other crazy projects. So I'm going to give a snapshot of the new cable systems that we are planning to build and the data center in Invercargill. And it's always difficult for me as a salesperson to talk in front of a bunch of smart guys like yourselves, so don't be hard on me. First of all, you may have heard in the public domain that our company has been acquired by a new group called BW. So we have actually completed the acquisition steps, the regulatory approvals, and the company is now fully owned by BW. Just a couple of words on these guys. They are a Singaporean company, primarily into oil and gas. They operate close to 500 fleet of oil and gas vessels to transport LNG, LPG, and the oil. And they have tried to diversify their portfolio into digital services. So through acquisition of Hawaiki, they are creating a subsidiary called BW Digital, which is going to be the new name you will hear in the market. And the existing Hawaiki cable assets is already acquired by these guys, and we're going to build new cable projects and the data center. BW have got 8 listed companies in New York and in Oslo, so it was pretty much needed for us to get access to pretty much needed capital, which exceeds about $2 billion when I take you through the projects we have. So firstly, on who we are, I hope everyone is familiar with Hawaiki name. This is the groundbreaking ceremony for the first cable. The white line represents the network we have built since July 2018. In New Zealand, we built our own cable landing station in Mangawhai Heads, north of Auckland. And we have got terrestrial backhaul networks in partnership with Vodafone, bringing us to the main POPs in the city. In fact, the partnership with Vodafone goes back to the pre-construction, so Vodafone committed to the cable as an anchor customer, and ever since it has been growing. In Sydney, we have got our landing and commercial POP in APNIC's SY4 facility. In Hawaii, we land in Oahu, in Kapolei. Again, there we built our own cable landing station. The reason behind that was Hawaii is quite restrictive commercially when it comes to accessing the existing landing stations, and we decided to build so that we have the neutrality and open access. And then we do the landing in Oregon. This is the current cable. In Pacific City, again, a backhaul to Hillsborough in a facility called Flexential. I would say Hawaiki has contributed big time to the competition and resilience of internet connectivity in New Zealand ever since we have come to service. We have grown the customer base to more than 50 globally, and all the usual suspects are on the cable now. The orange lines you see on the map represent the assets that we've acquired on our partner networks, primarily the TGA that everyone is very well familiar with. That's the Sydney-Auckland capacity. Then on a cable called Japan, Guam, Australia, JGA South, to Guam, and then to Hawaii and to LA, which is basically a kind of diversity against the existing services we have got. Now, a little bit of context around why we are embarking on these new projects. I think it's important to look at the exponential growth of data. And every time we see it as a business and look at these data figures, we go wrong. no matter how insane they may look like now for the next 5 to 10 years, when you just go to the real data being consumed, you see that you have always undercooked and underestimated the actual consumption. So this is forecast to continue growing exponentially. And all the analyst forecast, I was in a conference in the US last week, is that this is going to get even stronger because there is a lot of peer-to-peer traffic coming to play, from the likes of Metaverse, if we believe in them. But there's still lots of applications. Netflix, they are embarking on streaming services. So it's a kind of major impact on the networks that you guys are a part of. So this traffic is being backhauled internationally through submarine cables. There are more than 400 submarine cables, which are really the backbone of internet globally. More than 99% of international traffic goes through these submarine cables. They are strategic pieces of assets for countries. There is rising tension geopolitically in the world, as we are all aware of that. And you can see there's growing interest from the governments and superpowers in these cables because connectivity is the key thing nowadays. Now, all this data has to be stored somewhere. This is a forecast of the amount of electricity to be consumed by data centers globally. So you can see 3 different scenarios, the main case, worst case, best case. But in any case, you can see this is a significant consumption down the road. And the majority of this is now coming from non-sustainable sources. I mean, in places in a region like Singapore, they have already reached the limit. They're not consenting any new data center beyond 5 megawatts. They are in discussions with Northern Territory in Australia to import green renewable energy. Sun Cable is a fantastic project. $60 billion of investment, it's insane. 2 gigawatt of solar farm. But it's only a piece of the puzzle. I think the future of data centers is going to be for locations like New Zealand. And if you look at the global map and take everything into consideration, including the geopolitics, climate, political stability, green renewable energy availability, abundance of resources, land, you can see there are only a handful of places in the world. So the future of data storage is in these places. And New Zealand, South Island particularly is one of those. We are one of the only locations in the world having 100% renewable energy. And there are talks that, yeah, we're going to sell it cheap to the hyperscalers. No. We are not selling it cheap to hyperscalers. We are creating a digital economy for New Zealand. As opposed to be, tied to the lower levels of the chain, like a smelter, we create a big play for New Zealand. And when I share with you the following pictures, you will see why. Now, why it hasn't happened so far? New Zealand ticks all the right boxes, but there's a main key element missing there, and that's the international connectivity. A data center without connectivity means nothing, especially for hyperscalers. And when we talk about New Zealand becoming a hub, we don't talk about New Zealand market, guys, only. New Zealand is super important, but it's only a tiny portion of the demand. We have the opportunity to address the entire region, Australia on the East Coast primarily, and also all the way to Singapore. So because of that, we decided to build yet another cable, which is called Hawaiki Nui, in Maori terms, the Great Hawaiki. Now, this is going to carry a lot of the first titles. I'm becoming very salesy here. Apologies, that's in my blood. So the first cable to land in the South Island of New Zealand. And it's extremely important. 2 years ago, when I was talking about this in Wellington to the bureaucrats here, there was no interest. Now, the volcanic eruption in Tonga has opened a lot of eyes. Even for the Pacific Islands, everyone, all the multilaterals, all the governments are thinking about multiple means of connectivity. We have to build these networks in a super resilient way. Otherwise, we cannot say we put our destiny in the cloud and in digital services. So all the infrastructure today goes to Auckland or around Auckland. Submarine cables, data centers, and Auckland is a single point of failure for us as a nation. And unless we do something collectively, I think we are exposed. Kaikoura earthquake was a testament of that. We were lucky that the South Island didn't go dark, thanks to all the efforts that I think the teams even here did. But we cannot be really under the mercy of the chance here. So we need to build resilient networks. So this is a cable landing in Christchurch with branches to Dunedin and Invercargill. And it's going to connect us, the South Island, directly to Sydney and Melbourne. And again, for Melbourne, this is going to be the first international cable. Melbourne is hosting a lot of international data centers. And for them, it's quite important to have direct connectivity to submarine cables. You can see the red line shows the population less than 35 milliseconds that can be addressed from New Zealand. And that's sizable enough to justify a hyperscale build in South Island of New Zealand. But it's a competition. It's not, sometimes in New Zealand, people take it for granted. We are competing against locations like Tasmania. We commissioned a study with New Zealand NZTE, and you can see in the result, Tasmania is one of the locations that can easily compete with us. The good news is they don't have the infrastructure, the submarine cables, but it's a matter of time. They're going to get it. So the share of the future data storage is going to be stored between these locations, and we have to really step up and show ourselves as a credible alternative here. Now, the other segments of Hawaii Nui, this is multiple cable systems clubbed under one project. Is a Sydney to LA connection, the thick line that you can see. And the other interesting portion, especially for hyperscalers, is Singapore to LA. And you can see that this goes through the Torres Strait. This is the first time a cable is being built across the Torres Strait. All the players in the industry were deterred by the complexities there. There's a lot of shallow water and lots of political issues with PNG, but we have identified viable options to build. What does it mean? You can see a little branch to Darwin. Darwin is a strategic location for the Australian government and their allies. Our Darwin branch is going to remain in Australian waters. So that's one of the main reasons we are routing the cable down that route. And then we have got landings in Indonesia, in Jakarta and Batam, and landing in Singapore. So these are the main international routes of the cable. On top of that, in New Zealand, we will have domestic connectivity. So from Christchurch to Dunedin to Invercargill, we'll have fiber pairs available. And it's going to be complemented with assets that Vodafone has got on Aqualink to go to Auckland to other systems. So it's going to close the loop in a very nice way for New Zealand and build a resilient mesh of networks. In Australia, we will have a domestic festoon from Melbourne to Sydney to Brisbane to Darwin, which is also of interest to all the partners we're in discussions with. Another important aspect of this, you can see, are those little dotted lines to Pacific Islands. Hawaii Nui will be the largest system in terms of connectivity of the Pacific Islands. To be clear, they are not confirmed yet. As you may know, Pacific Islands heavily depend on the grants and the support from countries like New Zealand, Australia, and the US. But we're in active discussions. So we can build branches on Hawaii Nui to PNG, to Solomon, to Nauru, to Tarawa, the capital of Kiribati, and Tuvalu. And this is going to become really on top of what we have today. American Samoa is already connected to our cable system, and they have benefited ever since massively. It's mind-blowing how the economy changes with broadband connectivity. Prior to Hawaii, they were connected to 0.5 gigabit per second of international satellites. With Hawaii, we upgraded that to 200 gig, a 400-fold increase. They had done a good job being part of the US unincorporated territories, building a fiber to the premises network, but they were really constrained by the international connection. So immediately they just opened up. And I can tell you, the packages you get and the speeds you get in Pago sometimes are better than most of Australia. And it's amazing in the Pacific, in the middle of nowhere. So that's already connected. And then there is another cable that you will see in the following slide called Manatua. So that means Cook Islands, Samoa, French Polynesia, and Niue are already connected to Hawaii through American Samoa. And with those islands, this becomes really a true Pacific play. And for us as New Zealand, again, that's another thing that has to be prioritized. We really need to be able to address those Pacific Island digital economy in a sustainable, in a secure, and a scalable way, and also affordable for everyone. Now, this is now the last piece of the puzzle. The Humboldt Cable project is another route. This connection doesn't exist today between Latin America and Australia, New Zealand. Why this? There is a lot of commerce between Asia and Latin America, but there is no direct digital route. All the traffic from Latin America goes transatlantic to Europe or to the North America, and then it has to be routed on different cable systems to Asia. There is a growing interest for the cloud providers in Asia to have presence in Latin America. There are lots of enterprises, and that's growing very fast. So, as they say, don't judge building a bridge by the number of people swimming the river. This route doesn't exist. So it's very hard to say how much traffic and how much interest is in that. So it was a challenge for the Chilean government who wanted to build this cable. And as a result of that, we have signed a partnership with them to basically study the route, go to the market, issue RFPs with the suppliers, and also it will become eventually a public-private partnership between the two of us. So we will invest in the cable along with the Chilean government, and this will be yet another connection to Invercargill. So look at the map. We are recreating the Middle Earth dream of New Zealand. With the data center project, with the submarine cables, we are not at dead end anymore. We are not at the bottom of the world once these cable assets are built and the data center is there. Just to add to the interest of that cable, that little dotted branch is connectivity to a Scott base, to Antarctica, for the first time. Antarctica connectivity, the best connection you get is for McMurdo base, which is very close to our base, the Scott base of New Zealand. And that is 30-something megabit per second during limited hours of the day. Well, it's a major constraint for the research and scientific projects there. It's a major constraint to attract resources and talents. You know, I was in discussions with National Science Foundation. They don't find pilots to fly there because they have to spend a few months down there, and they have no access to the social media, to the family. They just get fully isolated. So these are just the soft aspects of it. But in terms of scientific applications, they fly hard disks. United Nations issued a study on environmental effects and, you know, the future of the planet, and that report was out of date by the time they issue it, because, you know, they don't get access to the data timely enough. So that's going to give us, again, another leverage, and that data has to be stored somewhere. And that somewhere is going to be in Invercargill. That's what we are planning for. So here, a little bit on the Invercargill itself. So that logo you see is the location of the land that we have secured there. As I said, this is going to secure domestic connectivity as well as international to Australia, and then further on to United States and Singapore. And it's going to create a hub here for us. I think that's the very important thing, and in a competitive environment. A little bit on the progress of the project. We have acquired a plot of land, 43 hectares in North Makarewa in Invercargill. We are in the process of designing the first modules. It's a modular data center. Eventually, the capacity that can be built on the site we have secured is 150 megawatts. To put it in context, if I'm not mistaken, the total capacity in New Zealand is less than 100 today. So it's a major upgrade for megawatts that we have here. It was a very, very interesting study for us to find a plot of land, and among all the boxes to be ticked, the land actually is good enough for a tier 4 data center. But one of the most important aspects of it was the flood zoning analysis. And in places like Europe, you have got the meteorological data from 400 or 500 years ago. In New Zealand, we didn't. So we had to do a very cool AI study in partnership with ACOM. And we had a short list of 4 pieces of land, and this one ticked the boxes. It's got 2 high voltage lines coming from Manapuri Station and the Invercargill Township, which is great. So eventually, once we go to the full capacity of the data center, we'll have a substation on site, and it's going to feed all the modules there. But each of the modules is going to be, again, split into 2 times 5 megawatt. So the study currently is for the first module, the design and planning for that. We're going to go to the market with an RFP for the construction and the fitting of the data center. And the commercial availability of the first module is early 2024. Just a couple of words on the submarine cable as well. This is just the artist's impression of the land. We're going to have some official ceremonies in August, and you will hear a little bit more about this one. Just the timelines on the submarine cable and the design. The Hawaii Nui cable is a SDM, a spatial division multiplexing cable. So what it means is that we're going to build higher number of fiber pairs but lower throughput of optical capacity per fiber pair. That's a compromise between making the single fiber pair as good as you can by pumping the maximum possible throughput, or just spreading the traffic across multiple fiber pairs. Today, the industry is constrained by the number of 24 on a submarine cable system. And we're going to hit the 24 on Hawaii Nui. So it's going to be one of the largest systems on the planet. And we're basically pushing the suppliers to the limit. We'll have at least 8 fiber pairs going from Sydney to US. We'll have 16 fiber pairs going from Singapore to US. And we will have domestic fiber pairs in New Zealand, in Australia. Each of those fiber pairs will carry 12 to 16 terabit per second. The reason there is a range is that the distances are different. So on different segments, you will have different design capacity figures there. The availability of the system for the Southland, which is our first priority because of the data center, is 25. The most challenging part of the build is in Asia and traversing Indonesian waters. And that's forecast to be ready for service in 26. So all in all, when this ecosystem comes together, and Humboldt also, by the way, is going to come to service in 26. So by 26, 27, we'll have the data center, we'll have 2 major submarine cables from New Zealand going west and east to Sydney, Melbourne, Valparaiso. But we're not going to stop there. From Valparaiso, we will take the capacity to the East Coast, Latin America, and it's going to become a belt around the globe. And that's where we sit, right in the center of it. So stay tuned for further updates. Just a little bit of marketing of the data center. This is really the first carbon neutral one. We have a very, very specific focus on R&E applications, at least for the first modules. For your information, the high-performance computing systems globally are being rethought, and the organizations and the nations hosting them are thinking about the future of these. Potentially with quantum computing coming to play, it's going to be a massive amount of investment. Our supercomputer is hosted by NIVA in New Zealand. So they are at a crossroad, whether to put everything into cloud or host it on-prem, or a hybrid model, most likely a hybrid model. But we need to join forces with our peers, with Australia, with Chile, Singapore, and that's the only way forward. We cannot afford to look at these things in silo anymore. They are not, the pace of change is so rapid and the amount of investment is so high that no single country can do it single-handedly. So that's one of the major focuses of the data center as well. The other thing which is worth mentioning here, related to the opportunity that this presents for New Zealand. New Zealand is a part of a Digital Economic Partnership Agreement, DEPA, with Singapore and Chilean government. This was highly discussed in the Prime Minister's visit to Singapore. And there are a lot of other countries, so this is going to turn out to be like the trade agreement, the Pacific Trade Agreement, but in the digital space. What it means is that Singaporean government can store their sovereign data in New Zealand without an issue, and vice versa. What it means is that Singapore, instead of building a super expensive electricity cable to their land, can store 10 megawatt worth of their data in Invercargill, and that's equivalent to us exporting our electricity to Singapore without having a direct power cable. So the opportunities are there. We just need to enable them together. And then it means domestically in New Zealand as well, this is going to open the door to a lot of more things that we haven't seen before. With that, I just wanted to finish, and I'm happy if there's any time to receive questions.
Hi, Hamid. Is this on? Couple of questions for you. Well, I've got you. The existing Hawaii cable with the branching units into Fiji and Tonga, do those pairs connect back directly to Sydney, or do they go to the US?
Well, those branches are still work under progress, okay?
Okay, so they're not currently in play.
Well, no, we haven't built those branches yet.
So they're possibilities.
They're possible. We have got a stop BU for those.
Mm-hmm.
For Fiji, Tonga is going to connect to New Zealand. Tonga is the most advanced one because of the volcanic eruption.
Mm-hmm.
And Ministry of Foreign Affairs here and the DFAT in Australia, they're looking into it. So it's going to bring, the traffic can go both ways. It can go to the US, it can come down to New Zealand and Australia, but for Tonga, I think New Zealand is more sensible.
Okay, and so do you have any triggering customers to trigger you to go into Fiji at this point in time, or is it just still not on the roadmap?
The business case of the, the business case of the Pacific Islands is very challenging because of lack of a scale.
Yes.
So it's not commercially viable to build a branch without having the support of the governments.
Yes.
But in saying that, you see more and more commercial interest from places like Fiji. Fiji assisted Tonga with hosting the ground station of SpaceX now. It's a temporary solution, but it may stay there. So those things are going to generate a heavy amount of traffic, those ground stations. So it's a picture shaping up, but it's not entirely commercial to build those things.
Okay, interesting. And then I guess I've got the same question for Solomon Islands and PNG.
Well, those are different.
Yeah.
Because again, PNG is the largest population in the Pacific, and they have got still a very low mobile penetration.
30%? Yep.
But it's a very, very troublesome place.
Yes, it
in
is.
terms of the politics and there's so many
Corruption.
challenges there, and there is a monopoly which is constitutionalized by DataCo.
Yep.
So we are in active discussions with our partners, and one of the important things which happened was Telstra in Australia acquiring digital assets.
Yeah.
So that's going to give a boost to those places.
Okay, so it's no year that it might come into play. They're just possibilities with branching units going in on Nui.
Well, I think it's still too early to say, but we're hoping to include those branches, at least the PNG and Solomon, as part of the main build. Tuvalu is the other one. Tuvalu is an island which is not connected, and there's a big interest from the likes of World Bank and Australian government to connect them. So I think in all likelihood, it's going to be a combination of branches and branching units for those Pacific Islands. So some of them will be built along with the main lay of the cable, some for future connection.
Okay, and last question, sorry to take up so much time. The new connections into Melbourne and Brisbane, have you selected CLS locations? Or?
Well, we have issued an RFP for that.
Okay.
So we have reached out to our partners in Australia. We have 5 landings, by the way, 2 landings in Sydney. Yep. Sydney North and Sydney South, which is taking advantage of the 2 different cable protection corridors. Some markets are quite advanced, like Sydney. The choices are a lot easier. Some are in Brisbane. We are going to land in Gold Coast, and then we're going to build a backhaul to Brisbane, to a commercial data center. Melbourne, the same. The landing is going to be probably about 100 kilometers away from the data center. So the RFP is in 2 parts. One is for the landing, and one where the commercial data center is going to be. Darwin is also another new emerging market coming up, and that's an interesting one to look at.
That's it. Thanks, Hamid.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, well, thank you, Hamid.
Thank you, guys.
So our next speaker is going to be live, but due to commercial sensitivity, we don't have permission to video it. So if you're on the video stream, we'll say goodbye to you now. Cool. Okay, welcome back if you're on the stream. So I think in all the time I've been involved in NZNOG, that's the first presentation we've had from Southern Cross, so there's another few slides. And in another first, we've now got John Brewer, and he's not talking about things in the air.
Hello, I'm John Brewer, and I'm here to talk about submarine cable protection zones. If you can read my hat, it says catch fish, not cables. I work for the Picton Harbor Master and have done for 15, 16 years now, and it's one of 35 or 40 customers I keep, but I have the most fun with them because they take me on boats and stuff, and cable protection is one of their things. But today I'm going to talk about politics. This talk is not endorsed by any of my customers. In fact, some of my International Development Agency customers would be horrified if they saw it. So let's just have some fun. I wonder if I'm going to get any speaker notes here. So this is about, oh, those are flags. And so who's fucking stupid computer butchered all the flags? Anyway, there are a lot of flag emojis used in this presentation, and you ain't going to see any of them. So I'm very sorry about that. Right. Does the green button work? Yeah, there we go. So, so this is a transit map, simplified transit map that I made of connectivity in the Pacific. This is my view. If you want to argue about whether something is commodity or niche, make sure to put a beer in my hand before you do that, because otherwise I'll be grumpy with you. This doesn't matter. Really, what matters is network routes and performance to Asia Pacific, and how things are going to change from the view that we've got today to a couple years from now. So I'm going to talk about 3 submarine cable projects in a little bit of detail. And then I'm going to talk about 3 more in a little less detail. And then we're going to talk about politics. Anyway, this Solomon's Oceanic Cable Network, and when I visited our telecom in Honiara in 2014, where I got Zika, which really sucked, the CEO was convinced that he would have a submarine cable in a year. This is 2014. He figured he'd have it in a year. He was going to hook into PPC-1, which was about 4 years old at the time. And they had planned on hooking into a spur off PPC-1 called Branch Unit 5. And so anyone who knows about PPC-1 in any great amount of detail will know that they never put a BU-5 into PPC-1. So there actually wasn't, so that they founded this project based on, oh yeah, we're going to hook into PPC-1, but where they wanted to hook into PPC-1, there was no branch unit. There was and still is another branch unit unused headed towards Port Moresby, but I think PPC-1 still holds out hope that they're going to pick up the Solomons at some point if they give somebody the right Maserati. So, gosh, the slides are really sucky here. Anyway, 4 years passed since the project launch. They changed the company name. Solomon's government sort of said to their international partners, yeah, we're going to do things different. They set up a new cable company. They ditched the existing tender process. They engaged a vendor directly. Asian Development Bank dropped out of the project. Solomon's government signed a contract for a new cable in 2017. And they awarded the cable to Huawei, who rocked up with some pretty sweet vendor finance, as they do. Australia immediately threw its toys. It took a week in between announcing the award to Huawei Marine and a lot of news articles and a lot of different newspapers and journals and issues from think tanks and so on saying, yeah, no, this isn't going to work. We're not going to let this happen. So later analysis by on the issue by the Lowy Institute, this was just from last year, this article, but it pretty much says it pretty clearly. Chinese hardware, Australia's domestic internet infrastructure, red line not to be crossed. And in the end, Australia would rather give a cable away than let the Solomon Islands borrow money to use spending on a cable built by Huawei Marine. So, okay. Took about a year from Australia throwing its toys to the point where Solomon's finally gave up on using Huawei because Australia was not going to let them land the cable in Australia. They said, well, if you want this cable, you're going to go somewhere else. It wasn't going to happen. So, better part of a year, Australia dug some change out of its out of the back of the couch and found a way to fund a cable. And it turns out this cable is really actually still going to be owned by the Australian government and not by the government of the Solomon Islands. On the bright side, it's going to pick up Papua New Guinea. This is great because PNG really, really needed another cable. They had PPC-1, but PPC-1 only dropped into Madang, which is the north of the country, and there's really no way to get from the north to the south of the country in Papua New Guinea. You can now on a domestic cable system when that's working, but I don't actually know if that's working right now. You can do it on microwave. So anyway, they needed a cable into Port Moresby. Through this, they got one. This is a Y cable. This is a Y cable between Honiara, Port Moresby, and Sydney. So if you want to go from Honiara to Port Moresby, you get to do that under the watchful eyes of the Australian Secret Intelligence Service. Your traffic is going to Sydney first. Yeah, well, so SBPG, so there's the flag of Solomon Islands and the flag of Papua New Guinea up in that right-hand corner. You can just imagine this, right? Okay. So it only took a week between announcing Australia announcing the cable project that they were going to do and them awarding it to Vocus. Yay, Vocus. Anyone here from Vocus? I'm sure there is. And it only took another couple of weeks before Vocus handed the project over to Alcatel. So here we go. I don't know, we're like 6 years into this cable project, 7 years into this cable project. Alcatel 2018, July 6, 2018, gets the project. And they build it really fast. They build it in a year, which is great, amazing. You know, who cares about environmental surveys or whatever? Everything was just cleared beforehand. So it's all done. And another year after that, the splicing was done. They actually got the cable commissioned, and yay, success. So we actually got a good result in this one. This is the one good result of this talk. I'm serious. Next, we're going to talk about the East Micronesia Cable System, World Bank grant-led project. And so a year later, the Asian Development Bank joined. It was supposed to be from Pohnpei, Federated States of Micronesia, to Kosrae, to Nauru, to Tarawa in Kiribati. And they expected to get out to the internet using a cable called Hantru 1, which already connects Pohnpei to Guam. They found $72.6 million for the project. I think almost all of this was grants. There might have been some loans in there, but it's pretty much all grants. Hantru 1 is the reason that this probably didn't go. It's commercial cable lands at a commercial cable landing station in Guam, but the anchor tenant of this customer is US government. I know we saw a picture of an island that happened to be a nuclear test facility in the last talk, and that's not the only one. There are also some active US bases out there in the Marshall Islands, and Hantru 1 is basically the way that the US government connects to those bases. So it was a little bit iffy as to whether the US would be happy about this, and anyway, so we kicked this project off in 2016, 2017. Everybody gets excited. The environmental surveys all go off. They do the route planning. They do the cable landing station planning. They do a big media blast in 2018. They do articles and videos, and everything's great and everything's happy. And it's 2018, it's dragging. 2019, it starts dragging. And then by 2020, middle of 2020, nothing's happened yet. And it turns out that nothing's happened because there's some politics going on. So yeah, this is the first hint of that in June 2020. Still nothing happens until late December 2020, and we see the first indication that it's all gone pear-shaped, and that is some people on the project anonymously speaking to Reuters reporters about how the US does not want this cable project to happen. They don't want it to happen because Huawei was going to win the tender. They underbid, I don't know, NEC and Alcatel maybe were the other two tenderers. They underbid by about 20%, and they were going to win the project. And that just wasn't going to happen. So yeah, alarm bells, January 3rd, 2021. And while most of Micronesia is strongly aligned with the US, Nauru has this special relationship with Australia for some reason. And so we've got both the US and we've got Australian pressure on this project. And yeah, it's kind of dead. So here we are by June of 2021, World Bank-backed Pacific undersea cable project ditched after US warned Chinese firms posed security threat. So I have tried in this presentation to use a different media source for every single article. I've put their logos up there. It's just everywhere. It's, you know, all over the media how the US and Australia are fighting it out against China when it comes to submarine cables. So a year ago, the project was fully dead, and then by early Christmas present for last year, the US government actually in conjunction with Japan and the United States and Australia put out the statement saying, right, kind of like with Solomon Islands, we won't let you borrow money to pay the Chinese to build a cable, but we'll give you one eventually. So this hasn't happened yet. And it could be another couple of years before we see anything happen. And in the meantime, most of Micronesia is going to remain offline. Now, we did just see Southern Cross Next landing in Kiribati. But you've got to understand with these countries, it's like 2,500 kilometers from one side of the country to the other, and it's all water. And there's islands everywhere, and it's not like there's domestic cables connected. Most of these islands are still very completely isolated. So, next project, not necessarily in the islands, still very interesting, Pacific Light Cable Network. It happens that I know some guys involved in spinning this project up, and it was a really big deal when they spun it up in 2015, 2016. They got Facebook, they got Google, and they got some random shell company that in the end is owned by a group in China called Dr. Peng Group. The Dr. Peng Group owned Chinese telecoms assets. Oh, I see a spook in here smiling real wide. Oh my God. Anyway, so the project was to connect Los Angeles with Tucheng in Taiwan, Baylor in the Philippines, and Hong Kong. And now what's super cool about this project is that normally when you take a cable from the US to Hong Kong, you go through the Luzon Strait. I don't know if any of you remember Christmas of 2008. There was this earthquake in Taiwan, and basically New Zealand dropped off the face of the earth because all of the cables to Europe via that strait were broken, like all at the same time. Huge cable faults on everything. Is Ewan McNeil here today? I don't remember. Ewan was like on call for Araneo then. I was in Poland, and I could not reach our network at all because the cables were all broken. So anyway, they got this idea that, right, we're going to pull a branch down to the Philippines. We're going to do a terrestrial segment far enough south that it's not going to be impacted by the earthquakes, and we're going to stitch it back up and land it in Hong Kong. So this project was super cool, and back in 2016, Google, Facebook, PLCN, they just started going, and they really started going fast. By 2018, they actually had cable landings. They had cable in the water, they had it landed, they had all sorts of like great things going on. What they didn't have was permission to actually operate the cable from the FCC. they got a little bit ahead of themselves there, kind of figuring, well, we're Facebook, we're Google, of course the US is going to approve our cable. Yeah, no. So with the cable pretty much ready for service, its owners still didn't have permission to turn it on. So we're getting to mid-September 2019, dark days for the Pacific Light Cable Network. US tensions with China could see the cable left laying idle at the bottom of the sea. Department of Justice Team Telecom says the Chinese partner links to the government of PRC are too close. And national security issues have been cited, and the license to run the cable, to operate it, to land it, and turn it on were denied. So we get to February of 2020, and Google and Facebook decided, well, you know, it's been nice knowing you, Dr. Peng, but you're not useful to us anymore. Neither is Hong Kong at this point. So we're just going to take the little bit of our cable that we can get, the Philippine and Taiwan cable pairs, and we'll see if we can run with them. Now, as a result of this realignment of the cable process, Team Telecom recommended the FCC grant the operating license. I'll show you what they granted in a minute, but a quick side trip to talk about Team Telecom. So, Team Telecom didn't actually exist a couple of years ago. It only came into being in the April 4th, 2020, officially only came into being in April 2020. Before that, it was an informal advisory group to the FCC, and it was always understood that the FCC would clear it with these agencies before they issued a license to land a cable. So these are all of the agencies who have representatives, so this is a big group. They all have to agree for any foreign participation in US telecoms, includes ownership of assets and where the assets are connecting from and to. So formalized by a Trump executive order 2 years ago, now it's a thing, we can actually talk about it. It's called Team Telecom, and there they are. And so here is what they approved for PLCN. 2 fiber pairs of the 6, none of the fiber pairs continuing on to Hong Kong. In fact, I think there's a little bit of an error in this drawing because it shows the second fiber pair actually hitting the branch unit to the Philippines. That's not going to happen. You can see there's a terrestrial branch unit down there at the bottom. This is a really complicated situation with the US and the Philippine government because it happens that the Philippine government was the contracted authority to run the 2 landing stations and the terrestrial cable in between it. And it was still the job of doing that work and running that cable was still out to bid like a couple of months ago when I actually reviewed the technical specifications for the bid. So like people are expecting, they're still, even after we know that this is not going, they're still expecting to turn on this terrestrial segment and like run it. And I just don't know where the disconnect is, but it's there. Anyway, maybe it has to do with whatever mysterious has gone on with Dr. Peng because they sold their shares. They sold their like $1 billion or $2 billion worth of investment, however much it was, to a mysterious private family office in Canada just earlier this year for $160 million. What they're going to do with it, I don't know. I mean, it can't be part of the cable system. Who knows? Anyway, epilogue. Somewhere out there was there to pick up the dead bits of the cable, to do what with, you know, who knows. This is a sad story because most of this cable is never going to go. So this is funny. This is a telegeography blog post from before this all wrapped up. This is from Feb 2020, and they got it spectacularly wrong with this blog post. Well, first off, they cited something that's very true. Several submarine cables already connect China and the US. It's also true. PLCN is not the only cable planned between Hong Kong and the United States. And they talk about 3 other cables. Remember how I said I'm going to talk in depth about 3 and very briefly about 3 more? Hong Kong Americas, Hong Kong Guam, and Bay to Bay Express. So they were pretty bullish in this article. They said, yeah, you know, this is an anomaly. Of course, these things are going to go forward. Yeah. Another digression here. This talks about all of the cables that do cross the Pacific. And some of the ones, I have one column there that shows that if they land in China. I have another column there that shows if they have Chinese ownership. And it's so small I can't read it on this screen. I don't know if you can read this. Yeah, so lands in China is the second column from the left. And if there's a Chinese owner, it's in the middle column there. If it's in red, you can see that we've got this China red flag. You can also see that the latest red flag that we see is 2017. Since 2017, the FCC has not approved any projects that land in China or have any Chinese ownership. That was something that came in with Trump and has not changed with the Biden administration. So that is the state of play. It's over. So briefly about those three cable systems. Hong Kong America cable mentioned by Telegeography, it's now dead. The leader on that, RTI, is involved in a number of lawsuits. That's all I know. Hong Kong Guam, the same. It's also dead. So yeah, I mean, NEC was awarded the build contract for this. Like they were go on this project, and it's dead. And now finally, the biggest of the projects here, Beta Bay Express. Facebook, Amazon, this was a cable that was going to go from LA to Singapore. It was going to be the first cable that was direct from LA to Singapore with a branch off to Malaysia, to Cherating, and a branch to Hong Kong. And it's dead. Now, the corpse of the Beta Bay Express cable is shouting, "I'm not dead yet." And it has been resurrected as a cable to the Philippines to save the significant investment that Facebook and Amazon made in landing the cable in Los Angeles. It's incredibly expensive and difficult to land a cable in Los Angeles. There are, of course, all the unexploded mines that we heard about from Southern Cross. There are the environmental concerns. There's the fact that you've got roads to do in LA and so on. So anyway, they kept that bit. They renamed the cable Cap 1. They got permission from the FCC to land it in the Philippines. So I wouldn't call this a happy story because there's already a couple of brand new cables landing capacity in the Philippines, and there's not much terrestrial capacity in the Philippines to deal with it. I spent a lot of time working in the Philippines, half the year in 2018. And there's far more international capacity landing there than they can actually handle. So what's next for cables in the Pacific? There are a few new cable projects going on. The Apricot cable, which connects Japan, Guam, Philippines, Indonesia, and Singapore. For the purposes of the FCC, Guam is the United States, so it is considered U.S. territory. It is a U.S. territory. They even have a representative to the House of Representatives. That person sadly doesn't get a vote, but they do get to turn up there and go to the parties. Echo cable is US, Guam again, Palau, Indonesia, and Singapore. Palau actually has a new cable, relatively new. They're on CUS, a branch unit to the Southeast Asia US cable, which was an RTI cable, just like the failed Guam, Hong Kong, and Hong Kong Americas cable. But, and Palau can't use anywhere near the amount of capacity they have on this cable. But for the purpose of resiliency, it's nice that they're getting a second cable. And mainly because there's a bit of a battle between China and the U.S. about Palau. We know the U.S. is winning because China stopped basically all tourism to Palau maybe a year and a half ago, which really messed things up for them. Anyway, the third cable there is Bifrost, U.S., Guam, Philippines, Indonesia, and Singapore. And so we've got this common theme amongst these cables. China isn't invited to new Western cable projects. So I've drawn the, so first off in white here, this is my own private personal cable map that I keep for my projects, and relatively accurate, unlike what you would see on Telegeography or any of the published maps. Some of these cables you can see on my website, The Connected Pacific. Some of these cables you can't. You can see over to the left, this green area here be dragons. This is the outline of what China calls the 9-dash line, a somewhat fictitious claim they made to the South China Sea in 1947 on a map. The international community doesn't support it. However, it's enough of a problem that the 3 new cable projects that have been actually granted permission by the FCC to go through Asia are all avoiding that 9-dash line now. These are the first cables. Apricot, Bifrost, and Echo are the first cables to go this Java Sea route ever. And I guess if they're followed by Housekeeping Nui, then there's a 4th. I'm sure many more will take this route, which is fraught. It's shallow. It's full of people with boats who like to drop anchor and catch cables, not fish. It's a really hard thing to do, but they're going to do it. So all of these cable projects, no Chinese ownership, no landing in China, no landing in Hong Kong, no trespassing on the South China Sea. So back to my subway map, this is what I think is going to happen. I've got Hong Kong there as kind of a random little niche route. I figure by 2027, Hong Kong is going to be a niche destination. I wouldn't want to be Superloop with their giant investment in dark fiber connecting all of the landing stations in Hong Kong and the data centers, because Internet 2 disestablished its POP in Hong Kong last year. They're not the first. You're going to see more and more large organizations disestablishing their Hong Kong POPs, because the only reason you'll want to be in Hong Kong is to get to China. If you didn't know, China's Great Firewall is in Guangzhou, and it's just a short terrestrial hop between Hong Kong and Guangzhou to get to the Great Firewall. All of the traffic to the internet in and out of China goes through the Great Firewall. It all comes out in Hong Kong. So anyway, we're going to see Singapore become the major connection hub for the rest of Southeast Asia. Yes, there are cables dropping off in Indonesia, but Indonesia is it's a big set of eyeballs. Nobody's going to locate data centers. There's really never going to be any reason to land your cable in Indonesia unless it is to serve Indonesian eyeballs. That's the only reason. Singapore, on the other hand, is a stable, I mean, I guess it's a democracy. I lived there for the last couple of years. I wore my Singapore t-shirt today. I do love Singapore, but it's a stable autocracy, maybe? I don't know. It's not a bad place. But it's stable and it's Western aligned, and so unlike any of the other cities in Southeast Asia, everything works, and they've got a good military to make sure that nobody comes in and steals their cable stations. So we're going to see Singapore as the destination. We're going to see a lot of new services going from the US straight to Singapore, bypassing everything else on the way. Philippines is U.S. aligned, but it's not the stable democracy that Singapore is. It doesn't have the internal infrastructure to be a jumping off station. I know that Taiwan would love to be the replacement for Hong Kong in terms of where everybody lands and everybody puts their I-axis and connects their cables together, but the market has decided that Taiwan is too much of a risk, and so nobody's building their projects to land in Taiwan. So that is my analysis. Like I said, none of my customers endorse this. Don't ever tell them that I've done this. You know, please, let's keep this on the down low, because politics, politics sucks. But yeah. I'm happy to answer questions on this here or with beer. Thank you. I see one. I see two. Race.
So what's the effect of LEOs on these cables getting built into a lot of the Pacific?
Okay, space lasers. So at the moment, all of the LEO networks are in bent pipe topology. So you need to come down to a terrestrial landing station as soon as you go up. When Starlink in their second or 2.5 generation satellites start enabling cross-satellite traffic that is going to allow you to jump 1 or 2 or 3 satellites across to give you a little bit more of a span. Right now, a LEO is good for getting you maybe between 200 kilometers away and maybe 1,000, 1,200 kilometers, depending upon the altitude. But the bandwidth of these LEOs is just not much. You're talking in the low tens of gigabits per second for the fattest of the LEO pipes. So when compared to these like gazillion terabit cables that the submarine people are laying, they're nothing. There's no comparison. It's just like a tail circuit. It is literally a tail circuit to people who have hyperfiber at home and they're 8 gigs, you know? That's what you get on a LEO.
John, you said CS Coral Sea was a success.
Well, it's a success in that the Solomons got a cable
Right.
that they can use.
They have a cable they can use, but when you've got monopoly providers that aren't doing anything for the local communities in terms of price, is that still a success?
They got a cable.
Yeah. I'll give you beer later.
Solomons is a moving target. There are a lot of interesting things going on. Same with PNG, and PNG is actually getting a new competitor with ATH, building a new network in PNG. Some of these networks are going to involve LEOs in backhauling their cell towers, which is pretty cool because it's hard to keep a fiber actually running between one point and another in some parts of the Solomons and PNGs. So yeah, anyway, it's a success in that they got a cable, all right? I think it's lunchtime, yeah? Lunchtime? Oh no, there's another.
Can I work remote from Rarotonga yet? Did they ever turn it on?
Well, if you wanted to, yes, they did. So, so the state of play with Cook Islands is that the Manitowoc cable lands there. The Avro Cable Company, in their infinite wisdom, booked transit from OPT, French Polynesia. So if you get on your cable in the Cooks, you actually go out through Tahiti, and from Tahiti you go to Hawaii, and from Hawaii you go to the US, and then you come back to New Zealand or wherever. This is inconvenient because Vodafone Cook Islands is actually part of the ATH group, who are based in Fiji, and they're disconnected from all of the rest of their networks. They're disconnected because, you know how we heard in this Southern Cross Next presentation something about landing in Samoa and it just being too hard and the branch unit being unused? So there is a landing of the Manitowoc cable in Samoa. It is literally coming to a container 10 meters away from the landing of the Tui Samoa cable that takes you to Fiji. There's still no connection between those two cables. Like there's fiber in a rack and there's no patch cable. And it is all because of politics, and my sincerest apologies to the poor people at Vodafone Cook Islands. Their whole country hates them, and it's really not entirely their fault. I'm not going to say that there's a whole lot of technical competence going on there, but Davey Good was just out there helping them, so it must be better now. Oh shit, okay. All right, bye
Okay.
everyone.
Okay, thank you, Ben. So next up is lunch, and we'll start again at 1:30. So see you then.
So, welcome back everyone. We're just about to kick off the first session of the afternoon. So, this afternoon session is a bit of a attack and DDoS session, but we've also added a bit about power and sunshine at the end of it as well. Now, hopefully through the wonders of Zoom, we should have Reinhardt zooming into us. Is that
Can you hear me there?
happening? Here we are. G'day, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Are you guys able to hear me there?
Are things good from what we can tell? Other than my good echo? Okay, cool. So anyway, I'll try and do an intro here. So this is Reinhardt from Imperva, and he's here to talk about protecting your digital assets from DDoS attacks. Over to Reinhardt.
Share screen. Okay, so thanks everyone for inviting me to NZNOG and to speak about mitigating the increased threat of DDoS attacks. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I'll just do a quick check if someone can maybe give me some feedback on the audio. Is it fine or? Thanks everyone for inviting me to NZNOG and to speak about mitigating the increased threat of DDoS attacks. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I'll just do a quick check if someone. Yep. Okay, so I think there's a bit of a delay there, but I'll continue. So again, I'm Reinhardt Hansen, Director of Technology within Imperva's CTO office. Today I'm going to be talking about mitigating the increasing threat of DDoS attacks. To start with, what I intend to cover today, I'll give you a quick rundown of that. So a brief introduction to Imperva and our capability portfolio. I'll talk about DDoS attacks, the problem, and why they've become so popular. I'm going to talk about reconnaissance and understanding your digital assets in relation to DDoS threat vectors and how important it is, for organisations to really understand what assets are targeted by DDoS attacks. I'll talk about the benefits of a global cloud-based DDoS mitigation capability or solution compared to local mitigation, which we often still see a lot of service providers and ISPs depending on for defending against DDoS attacks, and why talk about why they're not really effective in today's landscape. I'll cover some insights and a summary of Imperva's global DDoS landscape report. So just some statistics and trends that we're seeing that our team puts together on an annual basis. Yep, and I'll show some examples of New Zealand customers that have had attacks, right, with instrumentation and telemetry from our service. So the last two things I'll do is talk about ransom DDoS attacks and really what you should do or what customers should do if they're subjected to a ransom-based DDoS attack. And then cover the essential ingredients to effectively mitigate DDoS attacks. Hopefully there'll be some time for Q&A at the end, and we'll see logistically if that works. I'm not sure how well that'll work over the virtual presentation, but we'll see what happens there. Okay, having technical difficulties. Let's see. So can you guys hear me there? I know I've just got a message here saying there's some technical difficulties, so I've paused for the moment. Just if someone could give me some sort of confirmation, I guess, when things are good, I'll continue. everyone. Not sure if you can see me or hear me, but I've been told we're having some technical difficulties which are being worked out. So I'm just waiting for confirmation as to when to resume the presentation. Okay, so it looks like, or it sounds like we've got things sorted out. So I'll resume, or maybe I'll start again. Okay, let's rewind back a little bit. Okay, so hopefully everybody can hear me now, and we've sorted out some of the virtual technical teething difficulties in getting everything displayed up correctly over there. So yeah, so starting from the beginning, I'm Reinhard Hansen, Director of Technology within Imperva's CTO office. Thanks for inviting us to speak at NZNOG. Today I'll be talking about mitigating the increasing threat of DDoS attacks. Just to give you an idea of the content that I'll cover, I'll do a brief introduction to Imperva and our capability portfolio. I'll talk about DDoS attacks, the problem, and why they've become so popular. Still having issues. Okay, I'll pause. All I can see is my video at the moment, so I don't really have a lot of feedback on what's being presented. Let me see if I can somehow switch. No, I don't think so.
Was doing, and we've kind of put some recommendations for each stage of these in the ransomware threat process. This is quite important because for many of you, you might have seen a ransomware attack a couple of years ago. I'm not going to say hands up if you've had a ransomware attack, because chances are every hand would go in the room, but everyone's quite embarrassed, so no hands would go up in the room. But threat actors are continuing to evolve, and so I thought that it would be quite a good thing to actually understand what those evolutions look like.
Yeah, all right, let's get into it. So just a quick overview about ransomware, right? I think most people are reasonably au fait with what it is. we'll talk about you guys have presumably seen the fire triangle before, right? So oxygen, heat, and fuel makes fire. We have the same sort of concept exists with ransomware. If you go to the next slide, please, Jed. We have, you've got, right the clicker's there. I can do it. This is management for you, right? Blue one. And needs help with a single button clicker.
It's okay, just hold it down for a second. There you go.
There we go. Okay. So essentially we have cryptocurrency, overmatched offenders, and a low chance of being punished, right? That's kind of the overall reason why ransomware as a phenomenon exists. If you could attack this triangle and take away any one of those pegs, you probably wouldn't have ransomware as it exists. However, those three things aren't going away, so we probably have to learn to live with it and kind of deal with it as a phenomenon. I'll continue to try slide through. So this is actually a picture of just part of the e-crime ecosystem by a kind of a community group called Curated Intelligence. The individual parts here are really unimportant. I wouldn't want you guys to beleaguer the point, but essentially the idea here is a complex ecosystem of e-crime actors who do stuff and they kind of specialize. There's a lot of money flying around the e-crime ecosystem, billions and billions of dollars extracted in ransoms. So there's a diverse ecosystem. If you want to think about it, it sort of looks like that kind of thing, right? Remember from primary school, there's a kind of a food web. And the ransomware actors are probably the sperm whale or something like that. Cool. So we'll duck into a case study. So Conti's probably the biggest single ransomware gang. They had about $2 billion in Bitcoin under management one time or another based on leaked chat logs. We'll go through and talk about some of the stuff that my team did, as well as Jed's going to intersperse some interesting little tidbits as well. So the victim was a mine. That's interesting because mines are kind of scary places. If things go wrong, there's lots of heavy equipment and machinery. There's dangerous chemicals and explosions. They're not just kind of a normal office. We were engaged on a weekend day, which is pretty typical. And SI&E, so Jed's team essentially came in to do some of the recovery stuff, and my team focused on the technical rebuild. So we're going to walk through this incident, and then hopefully, I guess, the point of this talk is learning the lessons before things go bang. So we'll talk about some of the key points. But I guess the idea here is that there's a fairly common chain, starting with an email-borne delivery. That's still the single most common way ransomware actors get in, but there are a couple of others. We can touch on those if we get time. But we'll kind of break down what happens there. I won't speak to each point because I'm sure guys can read. So this was the initial attack vector. This happens to be a v4 macro. These have actually been subsequently disabled by Microsoft. This code has been around since 1993, apologies. So pretty legacy code. There's no real reason this should have existed in Windows, but kind of persisted for legacy reasons. You can see there a copy of the macro, fairly typical. And what these things often do is inject into an existing mail thread to add a sense of legitimacy. That kind of last point, that's what happened there.
Yeah, look, and so one of the key points is that spam filters are pretty boring control, right? Like everyone has one. Some products are more effective, but no product is 100% effective against all of the evil threats out there. But there are a couple common issues that we normally see when we're going into environments, especially people who are taking advantage of the Microsoft E5 license and the glorious Defender for Office 365 that you get with that. And that is that you don't often check your settings. Lots of people had weird and interesting exchange transport rules that then just got migrated wholesale into their Office 365 environment. That was kind of okay if you had a spam filter in front of your Exchange server, but then when you take that away and you're just going straight into Office 365, often some of those Exchange transport rules, we see ones very commonly, any mail sent from your domain is usually on a bypass list because you've got things from outside your environment trying to send mail in as you, and the transport rule just said, yeah, that's fine. Anyone can send mail as us to us. Why would we want to check that? Another kind of key point is that so most organizations have a report phishing button. Some of them are more effective than others in that some of them just give you the message content, some of them actually give you the raw message headers. Some people will file these into a IT security operations mailbox, which might get looked at on a Friday afternoon if there's nothing else happening, which is never, because there's always something happening on a Friday afternoon. Others will go to an IT service desk. You might go and try and, you know, pull similar messages out of other people's mailboxes. But the bit that's like often missing is that most organizations don't feed these back to their spam provider vendors to say, hey, you missed this. And this is actually like a massive disservice that you're doing, because you're paying for this product, which is supposed to, you know, protect you from this by filtering it out before it gets to you. If you're not telling that vendor, hey, you missed this, then they can't improve their product. And so then you wonder why the product is, you know, gradually over time getting worse and worse. If nobody does this, then we actually do ourselves a fairly big disservice with it. Back to you.
Yeah, cool. So we actually have here the Excel v4 macro in all its legacy glory. You can see the threat actor, or TA, used a kind of a combination of hard-coded and soft-coded sheets. We've tried to show some of that there. You'll be able to see up on the top of the screen. And you can actually see some of the code. A bit of a funny angle for me, but I think it says run DLL32, which is never a good thing to see in an email or a spreadsheet. Essentially, that's, you know, code execution. That's not what you want. Some of the stuff, and I guess one of the key points to point out this intrusion, the reason we turned this into a case study was by the grace of someone or something. The Windows host that was the kind of the ground zero for this actually had event log audit, like process auditing turned on. That's not a default thing in Windows. So someone somewhere did something good, and me as a forensic person has a good time as a result. We can actually see all this stuff. So you can see here the document is opened, and we can actually see, I think, looking at the angle, it looks like run DLR32 is executed from Excel. We can track that by the PIDs for the parent process. And interestingly enough, it's probably a 32-bit version as well. Yeah, hang on, we'll keep clicking through.
So, and macros are a problem, and let me just start by saying that there is no silver bullet. Every organization, if you have a single finance person, you have macros. It is just how the world has been built. But getting from a point where you have the default or the box settings, which will allow macros to run everywhere, to a good secure place, that takes a process. You can't just go from 0 to absolute 5. If you clicky the button to the next one, there'll be a nice, the transition's gone, but oh well. What you should aim to do is put yourself on a maturity scale. Here's one that I commonly use with customers. Start somewhere and define where you're aiming to end up. And bear in mind that, like, you don't have to have this consistently across your entire organization. Someone who's a call center worker probably doesn't need macros at all. Meanwhile, the person who does the BI work in your finance team, if you take them away, you are going to find that you're not going to have a job for very much longer. So bear that in mind as well when you're kind of like pushing this through your organization.
Yeah, so if we continue through the intrusion, one of the interesting things this particular threat actor did was use 32-bit versions. We call them LOLBins up there. That stands for living off the land binary. That's just default Windows tooling. The reason they were probably using 32-bit stuff there, that's the old legacy stuff, right? So I remember when Windows, was it 7 came out, and before then it was like, you know, 32-bit Windows, and after that it's kind of 64-bit. The old 32-bit binaries still persist around for kind of backwards compatibility reasons, which is, again, frankly not necessary, but hey, keeps me employed. What they were probably doing was trying to evade sort of static detection. So if you're looking for a, you know, cmd.exe as opposed to cmd64, you can kind of bypass stuff. It didn't work here. And we can see AD-Find. That's another tool that is kind of a grayware tool. You can use it to find stuff about Active Directory. Quite commonly, we'll see passwords in fields in Active Directory that shouldn't have a password in it, but you know, normal business humans can't see that, but you know, TAs can. So, good thing to do an audit for, I would suggest.
Yeah. Look, and so once a ransomware threat actor is actually in your environment and they have hands-on keyboard and they're trying to move around and they're trying to find something of value that you're going to want to pay to either keep secret or to keep running, the reality is that you're kind of on a race against the clock. And you want to stop them as much as possible, as early as possible, as often as possible. Spy agencies and people who wear business suits and talk about architecture, they will tell you that you need a privilege down model, which means that every one of your laptops in this room right now should never connect to your core network or your operations network. You should have a separate machine, which is locked down. You then go into a Citrix session to browse out to the general internet. And I can see by all the faces on just about everyone in the room, except for the spies who have to live in that world, of course, that just doesn't work in the real world. But again, the point isn't that you're trying to make it so that, you know, you have a airtight environment that they're never going to be able to get into. The point is that you're trying to slow them down. You're trying to make them make noise. The more noise they make in bumbling around and triggering firewall rules and getting those blocked messages, those are all opportunities for your 24/7 operations team to be able to detect them. And once they detect them, they can then respond to them. That's the key point.
Cool. So Cobalt Strike, very, very common post-exploitation piece of tooling. Basically, everyone uses Cobalt Strike. Some state-sponsored actors as well. We can kind of see how they did stuff through, I guess, through technical artifacts, which I'll tick through on the next page. HTTP and SMB, again, fairly allowed in internal networks, and most networks, you know, from a kind of networking perspective, don't have good east-west controls against that kind of traffic. So we've got some forensic artifacts here as to how things look. I think you can see the top right. You can see some of the PowerShell that would have run. $.dolt, obviously, and we can see some of the network stuff coming back out there. HTTPS C2. I'll just tick through. Interestingly enough, I chucked this in just because you guys are kind of like a networky audience. You can actually see here an example of something called domain fronting. We won't dive into it at all. It's kind of an interesting technique, and it's kind of been squashed now. This case is about 12 months old, but you can see there that updates.microsoft.com or whatever the Microsoft CDN is, and that IP address are really not that same thing. But if you're just looking at a stateful firewall or a kind of a proxy, you might only see the quote-unquote legitimate traffic, so it's being fronted. It's basically hiding behind a CDN is what's going on there. So we'll keep ticking through with the Cobalt Strike. More bad stuff. We've kind of got the forensic artifacts as to what they were doing. PSExec is the kind of main thing there, and you can see it's spawning processes on remote hosts. It's kind of lateral movement is the overall kind of name there. ComSpec is another kind of old Windows service that exists, mostly for legacy reasons. So exfiltration, in this case actually, and it's not entirely uncommon, we couldn't actually figure out exactly where they got DA from. We can only go off the forensic artifacts we found. The networks are often encrypted and therefore degraded in terms of the evidence we can pull back. So we don't know where they got DA, but we saw them run AD fine, so they got DA, obviously. So we can see they actually searched through things like shellbags and kind of forensic artifacts. We can see what the kind of keywords they actually looked for inside the environment, and they're, as you'd expect, passport, private, drive, probably looking for driver's licenses. And we can actually see they actually kind of rifled around a few of them and then installed a tool called rclone, and they pulled out 1.5 terabytes over a couple of days. You'd think people would notice data walking out the door. In reality, I'm a commercial incident responder. I've never seen an incident that's been detected on the exfil. Like it just doesn't happen in practice. There's so much noise. And interesting enough, the tool rclone, there's a few different tools people use. They're all kind of legitimate tools. So again, they're not going to spawn kind of some high severity detection that someone's installed a legitimate binary. AV will ignore it, EDR will ignore it. It's just kind of a legitimate tool that you can download, but you can hook it up to. They're kind of useful because you can hook it up to multiple different cloud providers, so your Mega account, and sync the data up there. We managed to do some cool stuff with rclone. Again, this is mostly for a forensic point of view. They're running it as SVC host, which is a trivial way to try and hide it. But obviously, you can see the top right there that didn't really work. And it actually creates several artifacts on execution. What's really nice about this is if we're fast enough, we can actually get the credentials to the Mega account, and we can potentially log into the Mega account and delete the datas before it gets stolen, or pass it off to an agency who could. Got some recommendations, Jed?
Yeah, so I mean, like, as Hamish said, by this stage, the threat actor already had domain admin, so they could go anywhere that they wanted on the network. They were looking for things to steal so that they could increase their chance of a payout. I have, in very few cases, seen organizations where you are doing sort of strict outbound internet filtering. The internet doesn't work if your people can't actually use the internet, funnily enough. But what I also commonly see, which is a bit of an anti-pattern, is that if you do have a proxy server or some sort of outbound filter, it's often the same applied to both clients and servers. And if you think about it, that doesn't make any sense. Users might, quote unquote, need to use services like Mega.nz or Dropbox or Google Drive, and I'm not picking on any of them, because the reality is that you have partnerships, you have commercial relationships, everyone has their own preference, you probably need to use all of them. But that doesn't apply on servers. If your server starts going out to mega.nz, well, why? Like, I don't think that there's very many legitimate use cases where that's actually true. So splitting out that sort of client population from your server population is something that I always recommend and I would like to see more of because it actually makes a lot of sense. And the second thing is that, yeah, rclone. I use rclone. I use rclone for backups. It is a legitimate tool. Again, if you're not profiling your servers to know whether or not that tool should be there, as in, was that tool there a week ago? Was it there a month ago? Has it been used before? A very easy way to spot something odd, even if it is just someone not following your change management process, not that anyone ever doesn't follow your change management process, is to actually understand, well, what are the new things coming into my environment? Where are the bits of software that I'm seeing for the first time? Where are they coming in? What are they being used for? Especially what time of day is it? If it's 3 a.m., you got a pretty big problem.
Cool. So one of the things that pretty much all ransomware actors will do prior to encryption, and this is what actually makes them kind of different from an actor focused on, say, espionage, is that they're going to disable AV. The reason they do that is obviously they're about to go loud, right? So there's no point in staying stealthy in an environment. You're about to kick in the door and kind of burn it all down. So you want to ensure success, and we'll talk actually about this at the end. But there's a couple of different ways in which they'll do that. We can see them disabling Windows Defender. Again, that should be fixed in new versions of Windows, but if you've got any Windows 7 floating around, that's still a valid way to do it. And they push it to GPO. We typically see redundancy in the deployment of ransomware. They'll use multiple different techniques to make sure that they kind of get a high coverage. So here's the tool they use. They actually had a nice little tool that we broke down the different kind of command lines. At the time, this tool wasn't publicly available, wasn't on VirusTotal, no one had seen it before. You also maybe see the language the comments are in. Maybe perform some sort of attribution as to what language the people who wrote it spoke. Maybe. Yeah, had some nice kind of job control. It's actually chunking up a job. You can see it's kind of got launching PowerShell. It's launching their total exec, the actual script that they've got, and then it's in turn launching PS exec. So there's kind of 3 layers of kind of PowerShell tooling there, accepting the EULA and firing this stuff off and kind of jumping up into different jobs. We've also highlighted the password, the domain admin password of the environment, time for change. Certainly was a time for change in that network. We also talk about total exec again. Again, you can see it actually had nice logs, which is really interesting. You can read all the endpoints saying okay, and pulling down the binary to start encrypting themselves. Yeah, so at the time it didn't see it. We saw it DarkSide. DarkSide are also the guys who encrypted the Colonial pipeline. Kind of went dark after that. Yeah, interesting TTP. Probably the same affiliate potentially. So they kind of sell to different kind of brands. What do we got? Stop1 and char.bat. So again, this is more code, more tooling to disable tools. This is using some kind of low levels Windows stuff, UAC stuff, and it's using something called nsudo, which is another bit of greyware. Messes with some of the DACLs. So if you ever try and, like on Windows, if you ever try and like open a file and it says it's locked, those are kind of DACLs working. They say like you can't touch the file. What this is doing is removing some of those permissions so that files can be edited while they're open in other programs. So if you're going to encrypt every file on a disk, that's a good thing to do. And probably the least interesting part of all this is the ransomware note. If you've not seen one before, that's kind of what it looks like. There's a private key that'll take you to a private portal, and you can talk to the threat actor and begin negotiation should you choose to. Otherwise, your stuff will get leaked.
But Hamish, I've got very good backups. I'm fully protected. I don't need to worry about ransomware, right?
Well, funny you ask, Jed. So one of the conversations that me and Jed were having prior to this talk, and I guess in the formulation of it, was the idea that maybe particularly kind of IT-focused crowds are kind of like, well, we've got really good backups, and in that case study we just walked through, backups weren't necessarily affected. One of the changes we've seen in the last kind of 12 months, really, 6 months this year, I guess, is the kind of targeting of backups, right? So these threat actors are financially motivated. It's useful for them to ensure they get the most money, and the way they're going to get the most money is to modify what they're doing to kind of ensure success. That's, again, a different thing that we see compared to espionage actors who are basically going to do the same thing. So we kind of seen three things, and I'll touch on another slide in a minute, where some of this comes from. But we've seen three examples in the last sort of 6 months that are really, really common. Attacking ESXi has become a really, really common TTP, or otherwise going after your hypervisor. So that last attack, that chain, attacked Windows. If you attack a hypervisor, you kind of win anyway. And I guess, critically for an audience like you, there's probably, your OT side, your kind of production side of your network is probably likely to also be affected. At least all bets are off, I'd imagine, at that point, if you've got segregation at the hypervisor layer. We've also seen them attack Veeam, which is interesting. Again, like a really good place to go to lead backups is the Veeam server. And I guess some of this malware actually hits Linux directly, right? So ESXi is obviously a Linux-based operating system. So Black Cat, the little thing we got there, directly, it's an ALF binary, right? It ran directly on Linux. Jed, do you want to add anything to that, or should we click through? Okay. Yeah, cool. So this is a more modern. This is actually the 2022 version. So we won't break it all down, but it's essentially the same major steps. But going after Veeam, and then the impact bit, where they're running the Black Cat or the Alpha V binary directly on an ESXi host. We're doing one at the moment, actually. Still, the TA, the threat actor's gone and changed the ILO passwords. The ILO IP addresses. So all the IDRACs and ILOs have all been messed up as well, which is really ensures a kind of mission kill if you can't get back into the network afterwards. So nasty stuff.
Yeah, look, and just one kind of final point on the previous case study was that they were using sort of traditional antivirus. Again, a lot of, especially IT folks, put a lot of faith in antivirus as being a primary control. Antivirus it is as effective as you would expect a signature-based system to be. If the threats coming into your environment are people who plug in a USB drive full of pirated software and there's a whole bunch of keygens on it, not that that's ever happened, then yeah, it is pretty effective at being able to find those because they are fairly well known. They've been around for a while, but they're not able to find a brand new piece of malware which has been compiled specifically for your environment and hasn't been seen on VirusTotal before. The move to EDR, most organizations have already made the move towards a more advanced EDR product. The primary difference is that it's looking for an indication of a behavior. So if you start moving around an environment in a certain way, that's going to get triggered by an EDR, not because of the software, but because of the activity. 2 to 3 years ago, it was kind of okay to not have EDR, but the tide has really risen and really risen fast. But don't just go out there and buy something. Like if you are sitting in the audience today going, ooh, maybe should get off of the free Avast that we have running everywhere, don't just go and buy a tool because a tool is only as effective as the people who know how to use it. Really, we've seen a number of organizations who try to do it themselves, and then you're stuck with that problem that one security person is on call 24/7 and they can never go on holiday, and even if they manage to get online at the time, they don't necessarily know how to respond to things. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, I think the key point here is it only takes one detection. Anywhere along that intrusion chain, we could have picked up on these guys. They're not wizards. They're not kind of Russian hackers that are doing fancy stuff. State-sponsored one anyway. They're using fairly well-known techniques in a kind of predictable way. Obviously, the earlier you get them in the chain, the better, right? Like you want to be shutting that stuff down, as Jed said, on the mail gateway, making sure you patch your exchange, all that kind of good stuff. So they're not there to begin with. The further down you go, the closer to midnight you get, and the worse time you're going to have in terms of damage, right? Like even if you're detecting people on exfiltration, so step 4, that data's still gone. That's still a conversation with the Privacy Commissioner, quite possibly, which may or may not be fun. Yeah, you want to get this early, and in terms of the time, so Jed mentioned it's kind of a race against time. These attacks are measured in hours. Doing a case at the moment where we think the whole thing from go to woe was about 2 hours for a reasonably large organisation. So you don't have a lot of time if you don't have people who are able to respond quickly or after hours or 365 essentially. You might be in trouble. The threat actors don't orientate themselves to New Zealand business days. Unfortunately, is what it is.
Cool. Next one. There we go. For those of you who, hopefully everyone in this room is familiar with who CertNZ are and the awesome work that they do, and this awesome diagram. If you haven't seen this before, you can go online. It's all, publicly available and everything. But the main advantage of this diagram is that it actually breaks down, well, here are the different steps in the ransomware incident, and here are the critical controls that CertNZ recommend that you have in order to be able to protect yourself. And they've not only translated this at the technical level, but also for the business level. So when you're having the conversation with your manager, I'm kind of informed that if you work for the government, you are about 7 minutes too late to get anything into the budget for next year, but maybe next year it might be worth a conversation. As I said, they did a fantastic job with this diagram. Cheers, Michael. You will live on forever. Next one, I think, was yours. There we go.
Yeah, so just breaking down, what we've said. You guys really are a juicy target. My team's certainly aware of ISPs in the APAC region that have been encrypted with ransomware this year. Can't say where exactly, but there's a lot of bad stuff out there, and I guess attacking the kind of the trend towards attacking hypervisors directly, hitting your SXI. Changing your ILO passwords, deleting. So a common thing we see, I haven't touched on before, is they'll log into your SAN or your NAS and delete stuff. Again, if they've got SSH access to your hypervisor and domain admin to your Active Directory domain, they can certainly get access to your SAN or your NAS and just delete it, which is also really bad. And in fact, that's often the thing that tips it over for organizations who have to actually engage with the threat actor, is the fact that there's no recovery path, right? Like our backups don't exist is a slight problem. Yeah.
So look, as I said at the start, and this is not a sales pitch, but we try to help people get a good position before the breach happens. One of the common problems is that people are under investing in cybersecurity. I mean, this is a rhetorical question. Are you under investing? Yes, of course you are. One of the key resources that you can use to kind of start having that conversation, the most asked question we get from CEOs and boards is, how do we compare to our peers? And oftentimes that's a very hard question to answer, because you have obviously different industry verticals, but also the size of an organization in New Zealand is a lot smaller than the typical organization in Australia, is a lot smaller than the typical organization in North America. This data was from the CISOLens 2020 benchmark report. You can go and grab it. It breaks down across 62 organizations what the average spend is per head count, per revenue, per size of the organization. So it can start to kind of build a bit of a picture, and it's free and open. You can go and grab that right now. Some key questions to ask your IT staff. So for the managers in the room who have just sat through a very technical presentation and you're going, I understood some of those words. Here are some things and two particular big red flags that if you're asking your IT staff, how often are they checking the alerts? If they say that they log into the portal daily, which happens with organizations, especially if they've gone into a cloud provider but they haven't bought the top tier licensing, not naming any one software vendor in particular, you kind of have to log into the portal, and that's a massive problem. As Hamish said, this stuff happens in hours, not days. So if you're not seeing the event as it's happening, you're probably not going to be able to respond effectively to it. A couple other things. Again, you're all network engineers and network owners. You know the importance of as-built documentation when things go wrong. Equally on the IT side. If you don't understand how an environment looks like, if you can't actually provide that as-built documentation to someone like Hamish, when you have an incident, it just takes that much more time to actually get up to speed with, well, what does this environment look like? Where do I need to go? Where do I need access to? And then finally, how are you actually measuring your cybersecurity program? Are you aligning yourself to one of the common frameworks? Are you testing your controls on a regular basis? Not just sort of the external pen test, but how do you know if you have a IT service provider who is supposed to take responsive actions, how long do they actually take? Are you actually measuring them, or are you just relying on the fact that, yeah, they were able to restore from backups last time, they'll be able to do it next time? These are kind of some of the key key questions that hopefully might be useful if you're going to have a conversation on Monday. That's us. We'll be around for questions if you want to come and grab us. If you feel shy, there's our email addresses. Just feel free to drop us a line. Any questions in the room now? Oh, one at the back.
Hey, so I have a question about backups, because obviously in most of these environments, your hypervisor is putting backups onto your NAS or your SAN. That might be located off-site or somewhere remote for DR purposes, but obviously, you know, your script or your Veeam or whatever, if it has write access, normally, you know, threat actor gets access, they can delete your backups. What are you seeing organizations do to kind of counter that, like in terms of, say, offsite replication or cloud replication where it's in a write-only scenario or something like that, so that when you find that your main backups have been deleted along with all your data, like how are people, what are people actually doing in the real world to solve that problem?
Take this one.
Yeah, so, you know, I think there's a point to be made about the different types of backup. So, you know, hot, warm, cold, and having, you know, proper cold away from, you know, not online backups is a really useful thing. You know, that often means rolling to tape. We have seen threat actors time operations. So if there's imagine a backup schema where you're backing up on a Friday, we've seen examples where we think they've backed up, they've hit an organization on the hypothetical Thursday night. So you've kind of got the longest restore point to potentially kind of make that the most difficult it could be for the organization. The other thing is, I guess, the speed, right? Like if you're talking about rolling out to go get tape, that can take some time, especially if you're talking about rebuilding a whole environment. You know, there's often really competing priorities around, you know, your critical infrastructure, getting that back up. So yeah, it's a difficult thing. But I guess that the answer there is a well thought out backup strategy that has offline, properly cold backups would be the way to do it. Just in practice, you know, testing that from an actual, we have to rebuild the entire environment point of view, rather than just like it's going to take me 3 hours to build this one system, is a very different conversation to have.
And just to add quickly to that as well, so I mean, like we're also helping customers who, like, there's a lot of interest both in using S3 and the immutable storage function, as well as using a pure SaaS backup provider. They have pros and cons. So with immutable storage in particular, a lot of backup solutions that are designed to target S3 will not work with immutable storage because it can't update its metadata files. Some people have learned this the hard way. SaaS products, yeah, some of them are, you know, reasonably well mature and have had several years worth of engineering. One of them that you would think is a little bit more further along, actually, like the dashboard doesn't tell you how much data is actually being stored at any given time, and they've got some kind of engineering challenges. I'm not going to name names, but yeah, it's again, if you are going to go and create a backup architecture, you kind of just have to test it and make sure that it can do what you expect. The other thing to consider, especially if you're going into that sort of SaaS world, you know, if you've got all your backups in S3 buckets or with one of these SaaS applications, where are you restoring to? If your entire ESXi environment is completely down, are you going to try and restore this into a parallel ESX environment, or are you trying to go into the cloud? In which case, have you thought about how that whole V2V thing will work as well? Really great question, and there is no one right answer for everyone.
No more questions by the looks. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
So we're now going to try and do the Zoom talk again. So are we looking all good, AV people, from what we can tell? Yep, cool. Yep, so we've got Reinhardt on the screen. So again, we'll try Reinhardt from Imperva to talk about protecting digital assets from DDoS attacks. And I'll give a thumbs up, hopefully, in a moment to say everything's good.
Okay, so hopefully you guys can hear me and see me and can see the presentation. Let me just bring that up. So yeah, I don't know if the technical guys want to give me a quick thumbs up in the chat just to make sure that everybody can hear me and see me and the presentation's all good. Yep, looks like it's all good. All right, so hopefully we'll work through those earlier technical issues with presenting virtually. And thanks for your patience for all of that. So, so I'm Reinhard Hansen. I'm the Director of Technology with Imperva's CTO office. And I'll be talking about mitigating the increasing threat of DDoS attacks. Just to give you an idea of the content that I'll cover in today's talk, I'll give a brief introduction to Imperva and who we are and what our capability portfolio is, because I think it sets a little bit of a precedence in some of the things that I'm going to discuss. I'll talk about DDoS attacks, the problem, and why they've become so popular. You've probably heard a lot in the media about DDoS attacks, particularly in New Zealand. Reconnaissance, I'll talk about understanding what digital assets are really targeted by cyber criminals when we're talking about DDoS threat vectors. We'll talk about the benefits of a global cloud-based solution compared to what a lot of ISPs and telcos still use, which is typically an in-house sort of hybrid local mitigation solution, which is proving more and more ineffective at defending against these types of attacks. I'll share some information in summary format on the Imperva Global DDoS Landscape Report that we release every year. So we haven't released the 2022 version of that yet, but I'll be referring to the 2021 version of our DDoS Threat Landscape Report, giving some statistics and summary of information of what we found. I'll give an example of a New Zealand customer attack with instrumentation and telemetry from our service, so you can sort of see what we're able to not only detect but also present back to a customer, so that they get a good understanding of what's going on when they're under attack. And then I'll talk a little bit about ransomware, not ransomware. These guys that before me just talked about that, and that was a great presentation. But I'll talk about ransom DDoS attacks, which are also on the uplift when it comes to the landscape at the moment, and whether or not you should pay or not pay if you're subjected to one of these types of ransom DDoS attacks. Then I'll finish off with covering the essential ingredients to effectively mitigate against a DDoS attack in today's landscape. So let's get started. So Imperva very quickly is an analyst, an industry recognised cybersecurity leader with a unique set of solutions and controls that secure data and applications wherever they reside. And we've got the goal of protecting our customers' data and all paths to it. And as you see here, our tagline or our motto is protecting data and all paths to it. We do this with security controls and application delivery capabilities that really span three distinct areas of edge, application, and data, as highlighted in the wagon wheel that you see here. And bringing all this together is really our sonar platform, right? And sonar is the component that really is able to ingest all the telemetry from the sensors that you see around the wagon wheel. And you can think of Imperva sonar as a seam, more or less, for Imperva sensors, with the ability to also ingest telemetry from other sources to enrich data and reporting, and the ability to trigger events and act on them. Sonar is responsible for performing big data analytics and reporting, long-term data retention, which is obviously very important for doing historical incident investigation, automation and orchestration type functions. Many of the sensors that you see in the wagon wheel here are industry leading in their own right. WAF and API security come together to make up or to really showcase Imperva as an 8-time leader in the likes of the Gartner Magic Quadrant for WAF, which is now actually converged to WAP with application and API protection. And likewise, advanced bot protection and RASP, or runtime protection technologies, are also recognised leaders in their respective markets. Now, today we're obviously here focusing on DDoS and DDoS mitigation. And when it comes to DDoS mitigation, we've got plenty of accolades in the industry. We're the Forrester named the Forrester leader for DDoS mitigation for 3 years running. And I guess the point I want to make here is that, just like API security is acknowledged now by Gartner as being a necessary component for web application protection, or WAP, bot mitigation and protection from bot networks is extremely important part of being able to detect and mitigate DDoS attacks. So, knowing this, Imperva have heavily invested in, what we're terming advanced bot detection. So being able to detect not just your simple bots, but your more advanced bots that constantly change their profile so they can go undetected. But we've invested in, heavily in technology that combines what we already did in this area with an acquisition of a company called Distill Networks some 2 years ago. So for those that are not familiar with the bot mitigation or vendor bot mitigation landscape, Distill Networks, which is now part of Imperva, was the industry acknowledged and analyst recognized leader for bot mitigation at the time Imperva acquired them. Now that capability is baked into our entire stack. So when it comes to DDoS mitigation, Imperva has one of the largest cloud-based DDoS scrubbing networks. It consists of 50 POPs or data centers geographically spread across the globe. We have a purpose-built Anycast network for scrubbing DDoS traffic and sending clean traffic, to our customers' environment. And at each POP, we scrub DDoS traffic using our own purpose-built proprietary hardware and software. And this is known as Behemoth, right? Quite a fitting name based on the function of what Behemoth does for us. And there can be multiple, Behemoth devices at each POP, depending on each POP's capacity as part of the overall global network. And each Behemoth device can handle upwards of 600 million packets per second scrubbing capacity. So anybody in the networking game will probably appreciate the significance of being able to handle that volume of packets and scrub them with a single device. So we've got no reliance on third parties. For security fixes, patches, and so on, because we do it all ourselves, unlike a lot of other DDoS vendors who piece together solutions from multiple vendors. And this really brings with it a reduced third-party supply chain risk for us and customers who use our service, right? Because we've got very few dependencies on being able to keep the service effective. Our network of POPs, block over 4 million bad requests every minute. And another key design consideration here is for the changing or ever-changing geopolitical landscape, where specifically, we have the aim to ensure that traffic doesn't need to be rerouted from one region or country to another in order to mitigate the threat, right? And in this case, the DDoS threat. And this is really important in terms of compliance when data sovereignty requirements are critical to somebody adopting a solution, whether it's in New Zealand or Australia or somewhere around else around the world. For your information and the audience, there is a POP located in Auckland, New Zealand. So Imperva has a POP there and has had since 2015. And although all our POPs work in unison by leveraging our Anycast network to provide, DDoS mitigation, the Auckland POP obviously plays its part in shielding New Zealand customers from all the different types of DDoS attacks that exist. And we'll talk a little bit more in depth about, what some of those attack types are. As an example, we've got many New Zealand enterprises and government agencies using our solution to protect their digital assets from cyber attacks and specifically DDoS attacks. And one good example is our cloud service is being used to protect the New Zealand COVID tracking app, right? Which is probably well known at this point in time and in this era by most of the audience. So let's dig into the DDoS landscape. So what is a DDoS attack, right? Starting at ground zero a little bit here, but just to clarify exactly what it is, it's an attack vector where threat actors typically leverage a command and control botnet consisting of many devices, tens to tens of thousands, of devices, which simultaneously send as much redundant request traffic as possible to a target IP address, right? And the aim is obviously to overwhelm the target to the point it can't service normal requests, and in some cases it causes the target device to error or hang. So, when you look at it, a distributed denial of service attack is really, it is one of the most powerful weapons on the internet, right? And in the Verizon data breach report, their investigation report, which goes, through and investigates, a whole bunch of data breaches that have occurred. Their comment is that, DDoS is not a small threat, right? And it's in fact the most common pattern across all data breach incidents that they investigate at an enterprise level. So what are some of the DDoS attack ramifications, right? I mean, downtime obviously is one of them. It can totally take your infrastructure offline if you're subjected to a bad enough attack. It can cause obviously service disruption. So at the very least, if it doesn't bring down your network or your servers or your infrastructure, it can cause service disruption, making services non-usable or unusable by the consumers that they're intended for, right, which can be very frustrating. Can obviously lead to loss of revenue. It's a major impact of a DDoS attack, and attackers know that, and hence they often revert to ransom-based DDoS attacks, which we'll talk a little bit about further on in the presentation. And lastly, anybody in the networking field who's been in an operations center that's responded to or been in the middle of one of these attacks, we know it can cause massive operational chaos, right? Everyone's scrambling around to try and work out, well, first what's going on, and then what action can be taken to mitigate the issue. And of course, everybody wants updates, right? So it can be a very trying time for operational teams and really cause a lot of chaos internally. So just some statistics from Imperva's threat research labs team. 90% of organisations typically experience a DDoS attack over a 12-month period. A quarter of DDoS attack targets are hit, typically 10 times or more. 91% of organisations have experienced, downtime from a DDoS attack. So, I guess, goes hand in hand with the previous statistic, where if you're targeted, once, you're typically, highly likely to be targeted again, and you're highly likely to experience downtime when you are targeted. And we know, that the average cost of 1 hour of downtime can be in excess of $100,000 US. So, for anybody or any businesses that are heavily, dependent on online transactions to bring in revenue for their business, the cost, could be far in excess of $100,000 per hour. So why have DDoS attacks become so popular? Well, I guess the mindset of the cyber criminal isn't a new one. They're always have been enticed by low risk, high reward, and of course, the low chance of being caught, right? And DDoS attacks give them all of that. Ransom and extortion are certainly, not new concepts in society. However, in the digital world, it's still a fairly new concept in relation to DDoS attacks. And has really, gained notable momentum over the last 2 years, especially through the pandemic period, where there's been so much reliance on online services to be functioning correctly, because we all, obviously couldn't get to the office. So how does something how does something gain so much traction and become so popular so fast, right? As you can see here from these screenshots, nothing really could be easier than launching a DDoS attack on a victim of choice. There's free tools as well as paid for services. DDoS for hire websites, right? They've risen in number quite substantially in recent times, and some of these DDoS for hire services come with monthly plans that you can subscribe to, right? Some even come, with enterprise level support packages as part of their monthly subscription, which is, when you think about it, it's absolutely crazy, but this is actually happening, and it's happening because, these cyber criminal groups are allowed to operate as if they're a legitimate business, typically in Eastern Bloc countries, and I dare say not directly sponsored by the likes of Russia, but when you have companies countries like Crimea, who are now obviously taken over or part of Russia, they typically are allowed to run these types of operations unvetted, without any enforcement or scrutiny from the Russian government. So with such accessibility to these free tools and services, when you think about it, a kid could use essentially his allowance to launch an attack, right, on his school if he wanted to, because it really is that easy. And when you consider, what are the associated risks of being caught? Well, with anonymous payments being pretty much standard, in today's economy, the use of Tor networks, Tor proxies, anonymous proxies, and VPN networks, they all work in favour of the attackers to hide their identity, making it extremely difficult and often impossible to determine who's actually responsible for the attack. So an example could very easily be a school kid who perhaps wants to postpone taking a final exam, right? And they could quite easily use DDoS, and subscribe to one of these services to launch a DDoS on their online testing provider for essentially not much more than the lunch money that they have, right? And no one would be any wiser. So it's not all doom and gloom. There is some good news. Websites and groups that produce these DDoS for hire services, like downthem.org, which some of you may have heard of in the past, are being shut down by the respective government cybercrime agencies. Typically, we're talking about the US, cybercrime division of the FBI. We're talking about the Australian Federal Police and their cybercrime division. Definitely are taking action against these types of entities to make sure that, where possible, they're shutting them down as quickly as possible. However, it often, seems like it's an endless battle, right? As soon as some sites are shut down, others pop up, particularly on the dark web, where it's very difficult to police and enforce, the enlisting of these types of services. I think New Zealand has relatively weak cybercrime laws within government, certainly from an enforcement perspective, which I believe is really a major contributor to why New Zealand, is such a great target for cyber criminal groups. And we've seen some real examples of that, obviously in the last couple of years, with the likes of some pretty big names in New Zealand being taken offline, and probably the New Zealand Stock Exchange was probably the best example there to relate back to. So so let's have a look at the key digital assets that are targeted by cyber criminals, and have a look at reconnaissance and the digital assets that cyber criminals typically will target as part of a DDoS attack. And really, an organisation should have full inventory of each of these types of assets, right? And failing to know which of these assets you have, where they're located, and who's responsible for protecting them from a DDoS attack perspective, has really shown to be a major cause of recent outages experienced in New Zealand and of course globally. So starting on the left, websites and APIs, and the IP addressing associated with those, prime targets for attackers to target for DDoS attacks. And typically, those sort of assets are targeted with volumetric layer 3, layer 4 attacks, and of course very specific layer 7 HTTP protocol attacks. DNS servers, another major target for DDoS attackers. particularly if they can work out, what your primary and secondary authority DNS hosting servers are. Again, they can use layer 3, layer 4 volumetric and layer 7 DNS specific protocol attacks to hinder DNS and in some cases totally take them offline, which is what we've seen happen in New Zealand really over the last 6 to 12 months, particularly where DNS services have been hosted with an ISP or a service provider, and they've more or less been forgotten about, or perhaps the customer has just expected that they'll be protected from exposure to DDoS attacks. Networks and network infrastructure, so customers' ASNs and all the associated IP addressing and ranges that they own, they're all obviously prime targets for attackers to DDoS attack. So your internet borders, your remote access servers, your email servers, NTP all fall into this category, and they typically are quite often targeted with volumetric layer 3, layer 4 based TCP attacks. And then, of course, the last thing that a lot of people typically forget about, individual IPs, right? IPs that you have in cloud service provider environments, perhaps private cloud environments, running various public-facing apps and services. All these are, heavily exposed to layer 3, layer 4 volumetric attacks if, there's no thought around, how to defend them from such attacks. And they're often the ones that go under the radar because, they're missed by IT teams and security teams as being an asset that they need to worry about. So from a reconnaissance point of view, really, it doesn't take much research or require a lot of sophistication or advanced tools to learn all you need to know about an organization so that, you can target them using a DDoS attack. Using common administrative tools like, Whois, DNSDig, and freely accessible online databases like PeeringDB, right? I'm sure most of the people in the room, being network-based or network-orientated are quite familiar with PeeringDB. Securitytrail.com, another website, very easily to pull IP information, historic information out of that. Making reconnaissance on an organization, quite easy, right, for a cyber attacker. And all this information is public, right? And it's all available, including organizations' ASN, their network ranges, their ISP providers, their DNS records for websites and APIs that they're hosting. Even where services and infrastructure is hosted, right? It's all pretty much public knowledge or public information that can be accessed and obtained if you look not too hard to do it. So, this slide really shows how easy it is to get Imperva's network information, right? So Encapsula is our network, and just like everyone else's, it's 100% searchable and public. However, our network's protected by our own, state-of-the-art technology, and that's used to detect and mitigate, obviously, DDoS attacks. So, you can probably see here with little money and relatively little skill and effort required for reconnaissance, it's not surprising that DDoS attacks have become so popular, right? And particularly when you consider the high impact that they can really have on an organization's operations and ability to function. So let's have a look at some of the attack types and what they are. These DDoS for hire type services and stressor tools are capable of delivering. So the first of them is your typical volumetric layer 3, layer 4 DDoS attacks. Which again have the aim of sending large volumes of packets to a destination IP or a target IP, forcing the device, or the devices in between to process the traffic, tie up their resources and overwhelm typically their packet processing capabilities. Volumetric attacks are typically measured as a data rate. In bits per second. That seems to be the way historically the industry has measured them. However, for these types of attacks, it's actually probably more relevant to understand the packets per second rather than the bits per second that's being thrown at the infrastructure or thrown at the target. Packets per second is usually what overwhelms network stacks from a routing and switching perspective, and not really or necessarily bits per second or the data volume or throughput. However, it can also obviously contribute to the effectiveness of the overall attack. And attackers use this to their advantage too, though, by changing the volume of what they're sending, and we'll talk a little bit about how that affects the attack effectiveness in a slide or two. Protocol-based attacks, the middle pillar here, they really look to exploit weaknesses in a protocol to cause a bottleneck again in processing traffic. So protocol-based attacks can also be volumetric in nature, but not always. And a good example of that is, and I've got it listed here, is the slow Loris attack, right? Which is an example of a protocol-based attack that purposely uses slow responses rather than large volumes of traffic to tie up a server's network processing resources, right? And eventually cause it to be unable to process normal traffic coming into it. So lastly, layer 7 attacks. Layer 7 application attacks are measured typically in requests per second. So a little bit of a different measurement to your typical layer 3, layer 4 attacks. And they usually target weaknesses, again, in a protocol or an application, all right? Again, to cause a processing bottleneck. This often causes slowness or a total pause in the ability to process, legitimate traffic by whatever the device is. Or what I'd now like to, I guess, cover a little bit is because of the attacks, particularly in 2021, where they were focused heavily around targeting DNS services. I thought it'd be useful to take a moment to specifically look at some of the DNS-based attacks being used. Now, these types of attacks that I'm showing here, they're not an exhaustive list, but they're some of the more common ones that we saw used in 2020 and 2021 these attacks can be volumetric in nature. They can be protocol focused or even application layer focused. So they really could be any of the above. And I won't go into each attack type, but note that Imperva's service mitigates all these types of DDoS attacks and many others. Now, I have an example of a New Zealand DNS volumetric attack that Imperva mitigated a little later in the presentation. So that may be of interest to see sort of what that looked like and really what some of the traits are around that attack, which make it difficult to to detect and block if you don't have the right controls in place. So what I want to cover here really is a quick overview of cloud-based versus local DDoS mitigation, and where the one excels over the other. Now, as I sort of talked about in the opening, Imperva has 50 strategically placed global scrubbing centers as part of its cloud-based scrubbing solution. And the idea of that is that our scrubbing centers are placed at major internet transit points, where there's large volumes of traffic transiting from one region or one country to another, or even within a country. And the idea is to get them as close to those heavy traffic areas as possible, so that we can block the bad traffic as close to the source as possible. But at the same time, accelerate the good legitimate traffic over our optimized network from a routing path perspective. So clean traffic is really the only thing then that's pathed back to the origin data center. And as we see here on the left, we're scrubbing traffic at 3 different locations here, where we've got both legitimate customer and malicious DDoS bot traffic. Targeting a New Zealand data center, but all the scrubbing happens typically offshore, right? It doesn't happen, at the point where traffic already is in New Zealand, and then you have to worry about how you're going to deal with the volumes that you're experiencing. So, when you compare this to a local mitigation solution, both good and bad traffic arrive directly in New Zealand or at the destination, and this potentially means huge volumes of redundant malicious traffic arrives at the doorstep before you even start thinking about mitigating it in any shape or form. So local telco and ISPs, we've seen typically use some sort of local in-house mechanism for mitigating DDoS attacks. Often it's not an always-on solution, so traffic needs to be rerouted through changes to BGP and some of the routing that they do internally, so that it goes through a localized scrubbing solution when they do detect the need to try and mitigate a DDoS event or a DDoS attack. But we still see a lot of black holing being done, right? Which it's not uncommon, in the ISP and telco world to just black hole a customer's traffic purely because it protects their shared services and infrastructure and the impact to other customers, obviously, on their network and their services from being impacted. So, I think ISPs and telcos, in a lot of cases, their solutions are more geared around protecting them and their infrastructure rather than really working for the customer and keeping the customer online. And certainly, black holing traffic just accentuates the problem, right? When there is a DDoS attack, it's not very helpful. So Imperva takes the business of mitigating DDoS attacks very seriously. The Imperva research labs team publishes a monthly cyber threat index, which scores the cyber threat landscape and provides the ability to drill down into attacks like DDoS and how they're affecting certain industries and geographies. And annually, we also release a DDoS threat landscape report, which you can see here on the right. Both these things are viewable and accessible freely on the Imperva website. And I guess in the 2021 DDoS landscape report, we analysed over 46,000 DDoS attacks, right, that we've consolidated into statistics that are in the report. We dig into the details of 30-hour attacks that through 100 to 220 gigabits, at a particular target. For that length of time, as well as layer 7 DDoS attacks, that through close to 300,000 requests per second at a particular target. And of course, we talk about and dig into the well-publicised large-scale volumetric attacks that people read about in the media, right? A good example is a whopping 650 million packet per second attack that we mitigated, a layer 3 attack that we mitigated against a Korean gaming company. So, really urge you to have a look at if you're interested in learning more about the DDoS landscape and some of the attack trends and so on, have a look at those reports. They're quite in depth, and they do provide some good insights into what's being seen in the DDoS landscape, but also what you can do to mitigate effectively those types of attacks that it talks about. The following is a summary from the data derived from our global DDoS scrubbing network, as well as what's published in that global DDoS landscape report. I've just really summarised that into some key points that come out of that report. So one is attackers understand that organisations with low or no defences are really easy targets, right? And it doesn't take them a lot of reconnaissance to work out whether the target has low or no defences, as we sort of saw from some of the reconnaissance type discussion I had. So we've seen shorter, higher volume and more frequent attacks easily overcome targets that don't necessarily have always on defences in place. So those that are choosing to still adopt a on-demand type defence mechanism against DDoS attacks, it's really too slow and typically, causes them grief because they're not able to activate mitigation quickly enough in order to deal with the types of attacks that we're seeing. Attack numbers have increased fourfold, and volume has doubled, and the attack duration is 6 minutes, right? So it doesn't sound a lot, but when you have a lot of 6-minute type attacks that are spaced out over a half a day or more, it can cause an organisation tremendous grief, right? If they don't have adequate mitigation in place. Focus industries, so those that are targeted the most, and really just got the big three here: computing and IT, corporate business, which made up 25%, and financial services, 22% of all attacks seen. And we've also noted that attacks often are used as a smokescreen for some sort of data exfiltration or malware installation event. Now, this is also backed up by what Verizon has published in their 2021 data breach report, and it's a worrying sort of trend that we're seeing when you think about the impact of a DDoS attack, but then the fact that it's potentially smoke screening other types of malicious activities that are happening within an environment. DNS and UDP-based attacks increased threefold, and again, some of the takedowns that we saw in the APJ region and even in particular in New Zealand really focused on DNS-based UDP-type attacks. Particularly focusing on DNS hosting provider environments that were seen to have weak or no defenses against these types of attacks. And we've seen large botnets like Meris botnet growing in size and number, right? So Meris is just one example, and it's seems to be forever growing, but there are many other botnets that are continuously seem to be growing in size and number, and this is really driving up large attacks right into the terabits per second range now, right? I mean, year on year we're seeing typically a 20 to 30% growth in attack volumes, right? And this makes it very difficult to effectively defend against if you don't adopt the right technologies and processes to provide defense against these types of attacks. Ransom-based attacks in 2021 were also quite prominent, as they were in 2020, and really, we've seen a huge uptick in these over the whole pandemic period. Now, I won't read through all these trends, but each statistic here, you can really probably read most of it yourself, but I will summarise, really as follows, and that is in the New Zealand, market, the number of layer 7 application DDoS attacks is almost double the number of layer 3, layer 4 volumetric attacks, right? So, from that you can kind of derive that the use of sophisticated bots for layer 7 attacks are definitely escalating in usage and in nature, and really driving the need for DDoS mitigation solutions to have very, very strong bot detection and mitigation technology as part of their overall solution. Friday, interestingly enough, Friday, the day that we all want to go home early, is the most popular day to launch a layer 3 and layer 4 volumetric attack. And these attacks typically range in the 200 to 450 gigabits per second range. However, even talking about the size of those typical attacks, or 1 gigabit attack is typically enough to take most organisations without adequate mitigation offline, or at the very least cause them some major disruption. So in 2021, I guess summarising the last point, in 2021 the largest attack mitigated by Imperva was a 1.2 terabit per second, 650 million packet per second attack. And I referred to it a little bit before, that was on a Korean gaming company. So let's have a look briefly at a New Zealand attack example and some instrumentation from that attack. You know, the following example is you know, from an attack against a New Zealand or an Imperva customer, obviously located in New Zealand. And although the attack is not really massive in nature on a global scale, without DDoS protection having been in place, you know, they would have exceeded the customer's network bandwidth and infrastructure processing capabilities, and you know, ultimately cause, you know, disruption, right? You know, the attack was, you know, easily mitigated and automatically mitigated by the Imperva service. So when an attack happens, you know, and this is a, you know, example of a very specific, you know, DNS type attack. When an attack happens, it's important, you know, to really have the instrumentation and visibility to tell, you know, operational teams what's happening, right? Both in real time and historically, right, for incident investigation purposes. So using what we refer to as Imperva attack analytics and the dashboard associated with that, customers can get complete, you know, correlated event view of all security incidents detected against their websites, their APIs, their DNS servers, and networks, right? And here we're showing and viewing the last 90 days of activity for a particular customer. And we can see here that there've been over 140,000 security events that have been correlated down to 2,900 incidents. Again, this is over a 90-day period, which, you know, the majority of are actually categorized as minor. Now, the critical and major incidents, you know, are also, you know, quite easily prioritized and highlighted here. And typically these are what would be of high interest to a SOC team, where, you know, data would be, you know, further correlated with other events that are in the customer's ecosystem. So this screenshot shows 2 volumetric DDoS attacks in the month of August of 2021, and each is represented by, you know, that blue bar that you see just hovering above the yellow graph. And yeah, by clicking on that, you know, that attack, or the representation of that attack in the graph, we can drill down into further details of what that attack actually, you know, encompassed. So, you know, this customer, you know, for your information, had a 300 megabit internet link, so not massive by any means, with, you know, with their telco provider. The attack reached almost a gigabit per second and lasted for almost 2 hours, and it was primarily targeting, you know, as you see here, UDP type protocol services, right? So DNS, NTP services were, you know, mostly, you know, targeted here from a volume perspective. And you can see, you know, the amount of traffic that was passed, clean traffic that was passed onto the origin, and, you know, the bad traffic or the DDoS related traffic that was blocked, again measured in, you know, megabits per second and packets per second. So we can further drill down into this particular attack through our instrumentation and look at the ingress traffic patterns. You know, and they include, you know, being able to determine the destination IPs that were targeted. In this case, they're obfuscated in blue, just to, you know, I guess, protect the customer. Yeah, but these were the customer's authoritative DNS servers, right? So the 2 obfuscated addresses you see there as destination IPs were the customer's DNS servers. We can easily show, you know, through, again, the instrumentation, the source addresses, the source IPs of the attack, the ability to drill down into each IP and get more details, such as, you know, the attacker's ASN, so what network they're coming from, what country they're coming from, and the volume of data that they're throwing at us during the attack. And, you know, of course, you know, as I say, the graphs show both, you know, attack rates in bits per second, so in volume, but also in packets per second. And we can also see from the graphs, you know, that the attack was actually made up of 10 to 15 minute bursts of up to a gigabit of sustained traffic. And between each attack or burst, there's a fairly consistent period of rest, right, before the next attack wave. Now, this tactic is exactly that. It's a very specific tactic, you know, used by you know, cyber criminals launching DDoS attacks, and it's done to cause maximum disruption to an organisation who they've already sort of done the reconnaissance on and characterised as one that typically doesn't have DDoS protection or doesn't have protection that's in an always-on state or solution. So reactive, on-demand mitigation, again, it's often used by telcos and ISPs, and it takes time to enable, right? It takes time to kick in. Usually, to mitigate, a telco will need to typically reroute traffic, make BGP changes, routing changes to direct traffic to some sort of local scrubbing solution. So, by the time they mitigate, or by the time mitigation kicks in, the attack is often over, right? And any routing changes they made in order to mitigate the attack typically then revert back to normal operation. And the cycle, starts again, right? So you kind of end up with this ping pong effect of the attack starts, it takes a while for mitigation to kick in, it kicks in, but it's too late because the attack's now stopped. And sometimes that can cause a lot of grief in enabling and disabling the mitigation solution, because as we all probably know in the room, BGP takes some time to converge, right? So that alone, just enacting that always, I'd say, that on-demand type of defence causes disruption in its own right to our customers' networking services and so on. So really, to defeat these types of attacks properly with little or no impact to operations, the only way to do it is really to adopt an always-on mitigation solution. So last part of the drill down here, as part of this incident, really, drills down further to provide complete ingress traffic breakdown of what we're seeing during the attack. The main target, obviously here was, as I say, the DNS and NTP protocols. Interestingly, 43% of packets were in the 1400 to 1500 byte size range. 28% were in the 500 to 600 byte size range. Now, sometimes large packet payloads, are used to cause fragmentation, which obviously heightens the potential impact of an attack by increasing the end-to-end processing requirements for handling packets. Okay, and I'm going to blast through the last couple of slides, so we're almost done. I've just got a bit of a hurry up from the organisers. The last sort of area I want to quickly talk about, is ransomware, right? Or not ransom-based DDoS attacks. So over the course of the pandemic, we saw a large uptick, a 12-fold uptick in the number of ransomware or ransom-based DDoS attacks. And again, these campaigns have continued, throughout 2021 and 2022. In August and September of 2021, we saw a number of New Zealand customers reach out to us asking for assistance in combating ransomware-based attacks that they were being threatened to be exposed to. And we're able to help them very quickly by providing very quick onboarding services to our service. So, next. So, if you just received a ransomware note, what should you do next, right? Should you wait and see? Should you pay the ransom? Should you call authorities? Or should you start your own investigation and research? Well, hopefully not the last one. Before we sort of give some tips on, what probably you should be doing or organisations should be doing, just want to dispel a few myths here about, ransom DDoS attacks. The first one, pay and they'll go away. There's no way that that's obviously going to be the case. If you don't get, attacked multiple times by the same cyber criminal group, certainly there'll be another group that comes along and tries to extort you by, a ransom demand. So, definitely not something that you want to do is pay and hopefully they go away. ISP is going to protect me. Well, yes, they may provide a level of protection, but sort of as we talked about, they're more interested for the most part in making sure their own network stays operational and resilient. And if that means they've got to black hole you, they will. My cloud provider, can scale infrastructure to handle the load. maybe they can, maybe they can't, but another bad idea in the case of being able to mitigate a DDoS attack, because you're going to pay for that infrastructure, right? You're paying for the resources that you use typically. On-prem mitigation solution is enough. Well, I think we've dispelled that, because if you wait for the traffic to get to your front door, it's already too late. At most, on-prem solutions may be able to help you with application-specific DOS attacks, but certainly not distributed attacks. And the attackers don't know my infrastructure. So another myth, right? And I think just the reconnaissance and how easy it is to gain information about networks and on ASNs and IP addresses kind of dispels that myth. So what do you do if you're, well, the do's and don'ts, right, if you're exposed to a ransom-based DDoS attack? So definitely don't pay the ransom. Don't wait until you're hit by a DDoS attack. Don't underestimate how much the attacker knows about your infrastructure. Don't blindly rely on your ISP, and don't think that they won't be back, because typically, statistics show if you're attacked, you'll be attacked multiple times. Things to do: take the threat seriously, assess your business risk, and hopefully you've done this, way ahead of time. Inventory all your digital assets that could be targeted, right? Can't stress that more. There's too many organizations that miss certain assets that they have, and they're the ones that end up falling victim to a DDoS attack. Evaluate your defense and mitigation strategy. Create a cyber and network resilience plan. Hopefully, again, there's one of those in place already. Alert the authorities, right? So, CERT New Zealand, the NZ Police Cybercrime Division, they're great to report to, but as I said, they don't have a lot of clout when it comes to actually, helping you, find who the criminal is and shutting them down, right? They've got very little resources to do that. And then act immediately. Don't wait to see if you do get attacked, right? Put something in place very quickly and immediately. Now, the last slide or last piece of content I want to share is really what makes up an effective DDoS mitigation solution. What are the key ingredients, right? Well, one, because of the distributed attack nature of attacks, they require a distributed mitigation solution, right? So Imperva's global network of 50 plus POPs provides that global scrubbing solution that mitigates attacks as close to the source as possible. You need a solution and technology that is highly accurate and automated in mitigation, right? Again, it's no good, having a solution that can't act immediately. Botnets and automation is, at the heart of all DDoS attacks, and really an accurate bot identification and automated, I'll stress automated mitigation is essential. If you want to guarantee, little to no service disruption to legitimate users, the mitigation has to be automated. DDoS mitigation SLA is something to consider, and this is not the same as an ISP or a network availability SLA. Imperva offers an unconditional 3-second or sub 3-second DDoS mitigation SLA for any attack type, size, duration, or frequency, and really that's unmatched in the industry. And lastly, visibility, insights, alerting, and operational efficiency. Really, we need to start looking at making sure that we've got all the information that we need as an organisation in real time and post an event to be able to do that analytics of an investigation into what happened. But lastly, you need to know when you're under attack, but have the confidence that an organisation like Imperva or Imperva Service will take care of it for you, so that your operational teams aren't scrambling around and trying to solve the issue when it happens. So with that, I'd like to thank you for all attending and listening to the presentation. And I know we're pushed for time, so we're probably not going to have time for Q&A. If anybody wants to reach me, they can reach me at the email address on this last slide, and happy to take questions in whatever format you can throw them at me. So I'll pass back. Thanks.
Great. Great, thank you, Reinhardt. So we're running a little bit over, so we're going to go straight to a break now. We'll do a 20-minute break through till 3:30, and then we're going to start sharply at 3:30 with Quinton Russ, which is just a juggle around. So see you shortly. Thanks.
Right.
Hello, everyone. We're just going to kick off this session in 1 minute's time to try and make up some time. Very good. Do you want to drink at all? Yep, so green to go forward, and then laser pointer, if you can work it out. Yeah, you won't have slides just yet, they'll chuck one in a second.
When it's ready, I'll just give it a flick.
Yep, cool. Yeah, so should have presenter notes and everything like that as well.
Oh, well, I didn't put any in.
Oh yeah, I put a few just to remind me on mine, yeah.
I was like, if I can't talk about solar for 15 minutes, it'll be a short.
So we're just going to kick off our session 4. This session 4 is generally a sort of policy and regulatory session, but due to our quick overrun, we're going to have a little data center and getting some cheap power talk. And this is from Quinton Russ from SiteHost.
Thanks, Dave. All right, look, just at the start, this is going to be extremely dry talk. We're going to go into a lot of technical detail about the size of the solar panels, and this is going to drag for about an hour. Apologies in advance. All right, look, for those of you who don't know me, my name's Quinton Russ. I made the mistake of starting a hosting company back in 2004, before we were using the term like cloud and some of these other more socially acceptable terms these days. More recently, we built a data center in Penrose, Auckland. We're super proud of that data center. And the next transition for us was, you know, how we can get a little bit more out of what we're doing and get a bit more power, but more importantly, be a bit more carbon neutral and actually making sure that we're doing the right thing in terms of how we source our power. So this is our site. For any of you who haven't been out to our site, we have a nice big roof. And really this talk is about how we can get these onto here to power this. Right. So I've basically got 3 areas that I'll go through. The first area is really the physical work of getting these on the roof and some of the things we went through there. The second area is around just some considerations around dimensioning a solar install and some things that you might want to think about if you've got constant load, some things we learned along the way. And then at the end, a couple of slides on how it went, bit of Q&A. Okay, so me and my brother started the business back in 2004. It's been about 18 years. And probably about 6 years ago, we were like, shit, it'd be nice to get some solar panels on the roof. The first thing we realized was, look, you're not going to put solar panels on a roof if the roof's about to be replaced. So we had to wait a bit of time until that sort of lined up nicely. But at the start of last year, we decided it was time to actually, towards the end of, what was that, 2020? It was time to replace the roof. And so we got on and got the roof replaced. And the reason why I've got this slide up here is that there's actually, even though the engineers put 3 buildings there, there's 2 buildings there. And why I'm pointing those out will become clear in a bit. But we went on through the mission of replacing the roof. It turns out if you don't want to replace all your aircon gear, replacing the roof can be quite difficult. So that was a challenge for us, but we achieved it because going through and replacing all your aircon plant adds to the cost of replacing the roof quite a lot, and would throw out all my sort of figures on how effective the solar install has been quite dramatically. So anyway, we persisted with getting the roof replaced, and then after that, we started engaging some solar installers. And on the left in the white cap, we've got Andrew, and on the right in the white cap, we've got Pete. And this photo was actually taken on our roof. And if you want to hear a funny story, the gentleman in the middle is from Huawei. And if you want to hear some funny stories about how they came to be on my roof, come buy me a beer later and we can have a chat about it. But anyway, Andrew and Pete aren't paying me to say this, but these guys run a business called Trilect, and they did an amazing job coming up with about 15 different concepts of how we would lay out the panels. I didn't want to bore you with all those details, but on their website, they've got a case study of what we did. And in the end, we put about 384 panels on the roof, split across 2 inverters, because building A and B are on one ICP, and building C is on another ICP. So ICP is like a meter, but basically you need a separate inverter for that. And yeah, we're doing, they reckon about 190,000 kilowatt hours per year. We'll talk about at the end how we've just clocked over 13 months, so we'll talk about at the end how we've gone. But about, what is it, about 24 tonne of CO2 is the offset for this install. So it's pretty decent, and we're pretty happy with it. So the first, after we got over the sales process and everything else, the first thing that came up was, okay, well, we're just going to get an engineer in to have a look at the roof, make sure it's going to be strong enough. And we're like, okay, fine, they'll just run some calcs and it'll be all good. This building actually has a really good earthquake-proof rating, so we weren't worried about it at all. But we found that this building, back when it was built in '85, was built in two phases. And the bottom part of the building was built towards the end, and I think they were running a little bit tight on budget. So they cut a couple of corners on the purlins, and so we're all done, all ready to go, and then we were told, oh shoot, you only put about 40% of the load on that back roof. So in the end, we tossed up 3 different options. One was like some really lightweight solar panels, and given the choice of doing this versus strengthening the roof, we opted to strengthen the roof, but they were about cost neutral. And the reason we opted to strengthen the roof rather than going for lighter weight panels is because it's likely we'll replace the panels before we replace the strengthening of the roof. So just make that investment. That was our case, but yours may vary. I guess what I'm highlighting here is like, you might have a roof, it might look all good, and then you might get an engineer in and be like, oh crap, we've got some problems. Without cutting to the chase, when we get there, the cost was about 15% of the overall install, just to strengthen this portion of the roof. So it was a decent amount of money. The other one we looked at was Monkey Toe. I don't know if anyone's come across this or used this before. They offer a service where they'll like certify it and engineer it and do all that stuff, and it looks like quite a good service. For us, really, really expensive, did not make any sense. So we just moved on. So in the end, and this is the other thing, is like, we just replaced the roof. So if we'd known that we needed to do the purlins while the tin was off, would have been nice. But we found out after we got the roof done, and then we had to get the guys in to do it. And so this is what it looked like when we put the purlins in, and that was, if I can drive a clicker, you can spot the difference. It's just, that was all it was. And so after that, we got all the panels on and a few more that we were wanting to do, and we were pretty happy with it. It looks pretty good. So yeah, that was the physical side of getting the gear on the roof. I guess I'll move on to talking about dimensioning solar. So the really important thing for us as someone generating power for our own DC on site is that this is how, according to the Electricity Authority, this is how the average power bill looks. And you'll see generation is about 32%. If we're exporting, we're getting about 1/3 of the value. Whereas if we use everything that we generate, then we're getting, take GST off, call it 87%. So there's quite a big gulf between that. And so I guess what I'm saying in a roundabout way is, if you're gonna put solar on your roof and you've got constant draw, you want to dimension it for that constant draw. You do not want to be exporting, because the numbers shift quite dramatically. It still makes sense if you're exporting. If you've got deep pockets, then hey, I'll happily take a beer off you. But I think the case for solar stacks up a lot better if you're consuming every single kilowatt hour that you're generating. So how do we do that? Oh, and sorry, I should mention, we're not using any storage here, so no batteries involved. Obviously, we have our UPSs and all that sort of stuff, but we're not taking off the sun and storing it in batteries for a, either a cloudy or an evening, a cloudy day or an evening. Okay, so how do we do it? So there's this company in New Zealand, Smart Billing Solutions, and what they actually let you do is take a multi-tenanted building and turn yourself into your own retailer. So we've actually got the entire building powered off 2 ICPs. So building A and B are one ICP, building C is another ICP. Told you it was going to be dry. And then south of that, but north of the check meters for the individual tenants, I should have a diagram for this. I do. Is the generator for the buildings and also the solar. So basically what that looks like is a little bit like this on their marketing site, but basically we take power and pay one power provider. We generate the solar, and if the mains goes offline, then the generator kicks in, and they invoice all the tenants, including us as a tenant, and anything that we generate basically comes off the top, which is quite a nice way of doing it. And so that's what that looks like. Cool. And for those of you who are really, really interested in how it works, they basically have check meters which push data to the software, and there's a couple of pieces of software in the mix. And that's an example bill. It's completely made up, but it gives you an idea of what we get. So they collect all the money, and we just have to pay the power bill, otherwise they'll turn us off. Okay, so as I mentioned, we've been running for about 12 months. That's the data that we got. And I'm happy to share that we've done 184,000 kilowatt hours in the last 12 months. So even with the purlins, ROI on it is about 15%. So I can't do the maths in my head. It's about 7 years payback. But the key thing is that you've got to have the constant draw there, because where solar really, like in a residential sense, where it really breaks down is if you're having to store it in the batteries so that when you come home and turn the heater on, that you can use it. In our situation, we're able to use every kilowatt hour, well, almost every kilowatt hour. We exported a little bit in January accidentally. I've got to sell a few more racks, so if anyone wants to have a chat, come see me. But generally speaking, we're using as much as we generate, both for our tenants and for the DC. And that's me. Any questions? Sure.
Thanks, Dave. So it looked like your panels were flat on the roof.
Yeah.
Did you have a lot of suppliers trying to convince you to do the whole angle thing that Monkey Toad was doing?
We had a few conversations, and ultimately, and I should have mentioned this actually, so we spoke to a bunch of different people, and what became very clear early on was working with someone like Trilect was key, because they actually had done a lot of installs, and they could do a lot of the arithmetic of about time versus materials, trying to do the angle versus what you were going to yield off the panel, and just be like, no, you don't want to do that. This is how you want to do it, and okay, it's going to be a bit suboptimal there, and there were times when, like I think there's, oh yeah, I'll probably show you there. So like the optimal, how do I don't know how to drive this thing. Basically, that slot up there is like a pretty good spot, and they had to remove a couple of panels to get the right number, and it was just a case of, oh yeah, that's just how you have to do it. There was nothing really to be done there. So we had a few people talking about all sorts of crazy stuff, but it was very clear when we spoke to these guys. One thing I would say about Trilect when they came and did it was they came out and sold it, but then they were there every day doing the work. Like Pete did the live cutover for our bus bar to put the circuit breaker on, and he didn't get any of his guys to do, who were very capable, but he did it himself. And so, yeah, they were just like, nah, you don't want to do that or whatever else. So having good advice on where you could spend a lot of money trying to get the, like you say, the optimal angle, I think just, well, I'm not an expert, but
I think you had good advice.
Yeah,
I think it's great advice.
Yeah. I think you can get caught up in those details and spend a lot of time doing yak shaving.
Sorry, just the way the billing works.
Yeah.
So you generate power.
We do, yeah.
You deliver that power to the tenants, but the smart building people monitor that and bill it to the tenants.
Yeah.
And then credit you for the power?
That's the one.
Right, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I glossed over the details, but basically we're, you know, I mean, I've always wanted to run a little ISP, but now I'm a power company as well. Watch out, trust power, eh?
Since you're over 10 kilowatts, are you like officially registered generator now?
No comment. News to me, but yeah, maybe there's something we need to do. No, I don't believe so.
I
No.
suppose you're not exporting it to the grid, right?
Yeah. So there was a lot of conversations around, like, obviously making sure the power company that we're with would accept it, and all that kind of stuff. But Trilect dealt with all of that stuff. You have to go and I mean, Victor's our lines company. You have to actually go and get them to sign off and certify the work and everything else. They're not just going to let you export back into the grid without having a chat with them. Like that's, yeah. And generally, I don't know what I can say here. Generally, export is not viewed as favourably as, just buying power off people. Let's just say it that way. Cool. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Dave.
Cool. Thank you, Quinton. So we're going to move into our sort of, as I said, policy and regulation side of things now. And so first off, we've got Ali giving us a APNIC update. Thank you, Ali.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So my name is Ali Tawhai, in case you haven't met me before. And it's great to be back in New Zealand. And this will be an informational presentation covering about some of the changes that are going to be made, about how you can, about how we're going to change the way your historical IPv4 address space is managed. So let's see if this clicker is Ali-proof. Oh, okay. Thanks. Okay, so we will cover in this presentation, we'll cover in 4 parts. So some information about the background, about what historical IPv4 address space is, just in case you're not aware. What are the existing challenges with maintaining a historical IPv4 address space? How the EC resolution is trying to address these challenges, and what is the next steps you need to take in order to implement this EC resolution. Okay. So briefly, historical address space was delegated before the RARs existed. They were distributed then by NZNOG and national NICs. So, for example, within Australia, former NZNOG space. Therefore, there is no formal agreement between these organisations and the registries. There are also no policies applied to this address space. So, for example, you don't need to, like holders of historical IPv4 address space, don't need to follow the IRT validation process like current address holders. So that means they don't need to keep their abuse contacts up to date. There is also a limited registration process about these entities. For example, within our members' address space, they have an organisation object referenced within their resources, which shows who the legally registered entity is for that address space. However, these types of objects are not referenced within historical IPv4 address space. So then there are two main challenges. First is with the quality of registration. Let's face it, some of these historical registrations for historical IPv4 address space is over 20 years old. So the data is inaccurate about these companies, and some of these companies may have changed due to things like merger and acquisition. The phone numbers and emails are outdated, and also there is lack of registration information. In some cases, like we've found that these IPv4 blocks don't display the legally registered entity name. They may just display a trading name or a project initiative. However, the problem with that information being displayed is if you were to look up information about these IPv4 addresses, you would not find any useful registration information in order to establish custodianship. The other challenge in the past is security matters. So, for example, this historical address space was not previously protected by a maintainer. So since they were not protected, people would be able to steal and change registration information. And then this meant it was prone to being hijacked by spammers. So, these challenges were addressed by Prop 018, which was implemented back in December 2004. And this is where all historical IPv4 addresses were protected by the APNIC HM maintainer. So this meant historical IPv4 address holders could still use the address space, but if they wanted to make changes, they would then have to pay a nominal fee in order to access basic registration services, such as access to their resources using My APNIC, being able to create route objects within the Internet Routing Registry within APNIC, also creating what we call domain objects for reverse delegation. However, at that time, there was no such thing as RPKI services. And when these services were implemented by APNIC, there was a decision that the service would be only available to full fee account paying holders, not those paying a nominal fee. So, there was some feedback received from the community as it was felt that RPKI should be promoted. So everyone should be creating ROAs, as there was no use protecting half of the routing table with RPKI, if historical holders were not able to create routers as well as current address holders. And it was felt that it was not helping the cause for RPKI deployment. So to address this, the EC implemented a couple of resolutions. One of them being from last year, where RPKI access was made available to all account holders. So those paying the full fees, as well as those paying a nominal fee. There was also another resolution which required all historical resource holders in this region to sign up as a member or a non-member by the 1st of January next year, in order to continue to receive registration services. If you fail to do this, then what will happen is we will no longer publish these resources within the APNIC WHOIS database, and they will also be placed into a reserve status. So by being placed into reserve status, this means that no one is meant to be using this address space. So once the resources are placed into reserve status, they will also be added under APNIC AS0 as well. Okay, great. So this leads to the next steps. So it's now time for APNIC to implement this resolution. APNIC is now in the process of trying to find and contact these custodians of historical IPv4 address space. We also have, in order for you to claim historical IPv4 address space, we have also just implemented a new form. It's much simpler and easier to complete than the old one. And what we are encouraging original custodians of historical address space to do is to sign up as a non-member, and we will offer a fee waiver for the first 12 months. Now, the reason behind doing the fee waiver for 12 months is because this fee schedule for historical resources only takes effect from 2023. So instead of getting custodians to sign up as a non-member now, what we're doing and upgrading them to associate member next year, we are simply not charging the associate fee for the first 12 months. So the reasoning behind, as well as doing this, is some of you may not have budgeted for this additional cost. So this gives you a chance to budget the cost for associate membership next year. If you're existing non-member paying the nominal fees, then this option will be removed from next year. So the cheapest option would then to be convert your non-membership to associate member and pay the flat fee. So we're making every effort to get in touch with you, but for the non-members who are renewing their accounts next year, we will get in touch with you during your membership renewal time when it comes up in 2023. Okay. So if an original custodian has been acquired due to a merger and acquisition, then it can be processed under what we call a historical resource transfer. And it will actually, if you process it under this policy, then it will require you to set up a member account. If you apply for current resources from APNIC or get your address space under the transfer process, then you'll be paying the regular annual fee. However, if you have historical resources, they will not count to your annual fee calculation, account fee calculation. So all will be required. If those of you holding historical IPv4 address space, you'll all be required to go through the validation process in order to prove that you're the rightful custodian of this historical resources. And we encourage you to get in contact with APNIC so we can assist you. Now, this clicker is LE-proof, but I thank you for your time. And if you are custodians of historical address space, I'll be around tomorrow, especially if you want to talk about your own individual case, and I'm happy to go through with you. Thank you.
Any questions for Ali? No. Thank you very much. So our next two speakers are two people that have been sort of long-term participants in the NZNOG community. They're going to be talking about OpenLI and some practical implementations of that. And those speakers are Shane Alcock and Dave Mill. So over to Dave Mill. Hi. Okay. So pretty much Shane and I both hail from Palmerston North, which I'm now calling the OpenLI Centre of Excellence. Hopefully Palmy Marketing can get hold of that. So our plan for today is we're going to talk a little bit about the history of OpenLI. I'll kick that off and then lead into Shane. Shane can talk about his software that he writes. I'll then kick off about how to do some ISP implementations, like actually how to make this work and do what you need for the spooks and the cops. And then Shane's going to talk about how support options could work and how he basically needs some money to keep on writing code. So back in about 2013, a new act came into place, and this replaced the TICA Act, and it was now TICSA. And effectively, in 2014, we actually were meant to abide by that act. All of us just reckoned for the lawful intercept part of that we just do rolling PCAPs or write PCAPs and all would be good. That was fine because at that point in time there was no standards defined. Then the Act, it mentioned they were going to get gazetted, they'd not been gazetted, all good. So in 2017 I did a post to the NZNOG mailing list. Now I was very interested in what people were doing. Was everyone just burying their heads in the sand? Was they actually just doing rolling PCAPs? Has anyone done anything different to that? But at the same time, Chris Browning pointed out that actually it had been gazetted in the last week, that the standards were now ETSI. We must stream ETSI to the police and the other LEAs. And really this kind of caught, I think, a lot of us by surprise. From this mailing list post, I think the Google thread shows about sort of 77 replies or so. Not many of them are public. It seems not many people are willing to admit in public on a public mailing list they're not really doing LI properly. I guess there's probably a few spooks on there. But we got a lot of replies from various people, and basically everyone had the same problem. We didn't want to spend millions of dollars on an LI solution from Europe, but we did want to actually meet our requirements so that when the cops come knocking, we can actually do something. At the same time, I started talking to Richard, who I've known for many years. He was very interested if the WAND expertise in this and also their libtrace libraries that developed could be useful. And I think we all agreed that it would be very useful. So, hang on. Here we go. So to actually get Shane to write some code, you actually got to pay him, it seems. So we needed to raise some money. We figured about 50 grand would kick the project off. Fortunately, Inspire and Lightwire kicked up some cash pretty quickly, which was enough to kind of prove the project was viable. Then some others came in. I've got a note here to check with Shane on who the others are, but obviously I didn't read my notes very well. But either way, we got to sort of, I think, 50, 60, 70 grand around that time, which was more than enough to actually write OpenLI. I also talked at NZNOG in Queenstown to try and drum up a bit of interest and kind of talk about what we were planning to do. And at that point in time, WAND agreed to kick off the project. So I think that kind of leads nicely into intro to Shane. So Shane Alcock works for WAND, or the University of Waikato. He's the principal coder for OpenLI and has written, I think, all the code, almost. 99%. And on that, I'll hand us over to Shane. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So some of you may remember 2019, it was a long time ago, but we released the first version of OpenLI. We announced it at NZNOG that year. as an open source project released under the GPL 3 license, no cost for anyone to download and use the software. And we even ran a tutorial session at NZNOG to kind of teach people how to use it. What we released back then, I guess I would refer to as a minimum viable product, right? So it could ingest the network traffic and produce ETSI compliant LI records, and it would be able to ship them in real time to any LEAs that we're requesting them. All the intercept configuration was kind of by hand. I had config files, you had to go and manually edit them. We tested against a very small range of networks. Realistically, sort of 1 or 2 networks had been able to test with us in advance of that release. Security was planned but not quite implemented, and there may have been the odd bug or 2. But where we're at now, so we've done another 13 releases since then. The last one was last month, and the software's become much more refined. So that manual configuration is now being replaced with a REST API. We've got encryption, we've got authentication, just added a bit more security in general. The performance is a lot better, it scales up. And we handle a much wider variety of radius and SIP implementations. And of course, we've squashed plenty of bugs along the way. So to kind of help set the scene for Dave, what I'm going to do is just sort of talk to you a little bit about LI and some of the specific features of OpenLI, so that you've got a bit of context to understand all the technical crap he's going to go on about. So the way I like to introduce LI is I like to remove LI from the equation at the very start. So I refer to LI as the mystery box. So when you're considering introducing LI into your network, you don't know what it is, so it's just some mysterious thing that you're going to plug in. And it takes a whole bunch of inputs. So the most obvious input is your customer traffic, but you also need to be able to throw into it session management protocols, things like radius, things like SIP, so that the LI mystery box can identify which traffic belongs to an intercept target and only intercept that. It's generally a bad idea to do a dragnet surveillance kind of thing and ship all of that off to the LEAs. The other thing that comes in as an input, obviously, is the requests from the LEAs for an intercept, such as a warrant. And this is known in LI parlance as HI1, Handover Interface 1. So you might hear that referred to a lot when you actually start talking to the police and so on. The other thing, of course, is that you have to still tell the LI box a little bit about your network and provide some degree of configuration so that it knows what to do with all the crap that's coming into it. So things like which machines are your radius servers and your SIP servers, so it can easily identify that session management traffic. Which agencies are you connecting to? How are you going to connect to them? Stuff like that. And then once you take all of those inputs and throw them in there, out come two handover interfaces. HI2, which is the metadata about the calls or the IP sessions of the people that you are monitoring, surveilling, and then the actual communications themselves, which go over a thing called HI3. So to implement the mystery box, the way I decided to do it was that I'd split it up into a bunch of components. And there are 3 main components. The first is the provisioner, and this does all the centralized management of the system. So that's where all your configuration goes in. Then you have the collectors, which are a bunch of distributed workhorse nodes that you may place throughout your network to do the packet capture, look at those packets, decide whether they need to be intercepted, encode them in the appropriate format, and then ship them on to the third component, which is the mediator, which really just collates all the intercepted traffic from your collectors and passes them on to the appropriate law enforcement agency. So this is kind of what it looks like in practice. So we've gone into the mystery box a little bit, and Dave will show you some even more complicated examples of this diagram when we get to his section. But basically you have one provisioner, it talks to all the other components and tells them what to do, and then you might have a collector alongside each of your major aggregation points in your network. So for instance, your BNGs, you might have one alongside your SBC if you need to intercept VoIP traffic. All of those produce intercept related information, HI2, and communication contents, HI3, pass them on to the mediator, and then that implements the handovers to the agencies. So OpenLI itself, we make packages for most popular Linux distributions, so Debian, Ubuntu, your various Red Hat derivatives. And we also have very detailed instructions on how you can install those packages on the OpenLI wiki. So you can't really go wrong with that. Over the past year or so, I've been working on a very comprehensive tutorial to assist people with getting over the learning curve of LI and OpenLI itself. So what I've done is I've built a Dockerized lab environment with its own virtual network and created a bunch of practical guided exercises that I can walk you through well, I've got a bunch of videos that I walk you through the exercises. The lessons also include a bit of background stuff to explain a bit more about LI in general, packet capture techniques that you might want to know a bit about before you decide how you want to deploy OpenLI in your network. So that's also all available online. So as I mentioned, OpenLI supports IP data intercepts. So we can do this through two different methods at the moment. We can either determine your IP customer traffic by analyzing your radius, and we support both the username and the calling station ID as your possible customer identifier field, and we also support static IP intercepts as well. So you just say, I want to intercept this particular IP address or a subnet. And both of these methods support both v4 and v6. For voice over IP, we recognize a wide variety of possible identity fields in SIP traffic, because apparently everyone likes to do this a bit differently. So starting from your basic 2 URIs and then going through a whole bunch of different authorization or identity headers. We also support from URIs, but this is disabled by default. And the reason we do this is because the from URI can easily be spoofed, right? But we do have an option to turn that back on because apparently some people needed that. In terms of the SIP identifiers, we can match on both the username and a realm field or just the username with a wildcard realm. And I also added the ability to basically add a wildcard at the front of a username as well. So for those of you who use phone numbers, for instance, as your SIP identifiers, you don't now need to include every possible combination of area code, international dialing code, plus, not plus, 00, whatever. You can just put a star at the front and it will match anything that the remaining digits at the end of the number. Also for voice over IP, we support both TCP and UDP SIP. So it doesn't matter which particular transport protocol you use. I have learned that some of you do send some very large SIP packets, like I'm talking larger than MTU kind of size SIP packets. So we've actually had to implement our own reassembly code inside of OpenLI to stitch the SIP messages back together. Security, big one, as I mentioned. So all the internal communications can go over TLS now. The REST API itself will be using HTTPS if you've provided a certificate to the provisioner. And we've also added a couple of authentication methods to that REST API. So either using HTTP digest auth or you can just get some API keys. And the last little feature I want to talk about is that OpenLI understands a whole bunch of the custom vendor mirroring formats. So things like Juniper JMirror or FlowTap, depending on how you know the name of it. Whatever Nokia call their mirroring these days. And for those of you who use MikroTik, we also support TZSP. So all of these mirroring formats can just be accepted by OpenLI directly, and then it will convert them into the correct ETSI record format. And we're happy to work with anyone who has any other vendor mirroring features that they'd like us to support. We may be adding Cisco in the near future, so we're getting there. But for now, I'll hand you back to Dave, and he can talk about how you actually do it in practice.
Thank you, Shane. Go to the next slide. So pretty much what I'm going to talk about now is how you can actually take all of Shane's software that he's spent a lot of time writing and make it so you can meet all of your LI needs, all going well. So first of all, recap on what makes up an LI for an ISP. You've got your CCs, or your communication contents. So for your data intercepts, that will pretty much always be IP data. And for your voice intercepts, that will pretty much always be your RTP data, so the actual encoding of your call. You've also got IRIs, as Shane mentioned, that's your intercept-related information. So if you've got radius involved, that'll be radius for your IP or data intercepts, and for VoIP, it will be your SIP packets to become IRIs. So you've got to get that to the LEA. The standards basically dictate that you should be streaming it to them using ETSI. That will normally, for most sort of moderate small ISPs, be done over a VPN. Possibly for some of the bigger service providers or telcos, they might establish a private interconnect with one or more LEAs. However, it's probably worth noting that OpenLI does support rolling PCAPs, and that you might find some LEAs don't like ETSI, despite it being gazetted, and actually require rolling PCAPs that they fetch. And a bit more on that later. So the required parts. So first of all, you've got a provisioner that you need to install. I would recommend that your provisioner probably always wants to go onto a virtual machine. You have a mediator you'll install. That will go on a virtual machine probably as well. It might need a public IP for a VPN, or it might need a separate firewall sitting in front of it, depending on how you do this. And then you'll have one or more collectors. And I think the great thing about OpenLI is that it's modular, and you can have many collectors. And I'll talk about that shortly, about how you can use many collectors to make your life easy. You'll probably have one with a physical, one physical connector, probably with a fast DPDK capable NIC. But there are virtual options that I'll talk about shortly. So deploying a provisioner, it's pretty straightforward. You do the install as per Shane's wiki. You generate your TLS certs because you care about security, and so do the spooks. You do some basic configuration. In that config, you enable TLS. The two things I really recommend you set up on the provisioner right in the early sort of days is you create a law enforcement agency called localhost, really handy, and you create another law enforcement agency called PCAP or PCAP disk. After that, you should start or restart your provisioner, and that should be all running. Mediator, very similar. So again, virtual machine, install it as per wiki, generate your TLS certs, enable TLS. On this one, you'll enable a PCAP folder. When you do that, maybe have a bit of a think about permissions, like what you're going to set the permissions of that folder to, what users or groups will have access to it, and we'll get to more of that soon. Also, you can choose whether you're actually going to gzip the PCAPs or not. I think you can make some choices over the file name format as well, which, again, various agencies have different requirements for what that file name looks like. Then you just do a start or a restart. And also on that box, it's really handy to install libtrace tools. It's just a DBM package or whatever you can install, and I'll show you how you use that later. Moving on to a collector. Do you need a physical box with a 10 gig NIC? I'd suggest if you're doing UFB, you really do want to have a physical box for 10 gig NICs. You may better get away without that, but it's probably your best chance of success. You install DPTK as per the wiki. You install OpenLI as per the wiki. But as I've said many times, this OpenLI is very modular. You can have many collectors, and let's sort of go through some examples here. So first of all, you've got a ISP, you've got a BNG, and you've got various users that connect to your BNG. So how do you get those packets that your users are sending back and forth into your collector? The sort of nicest way to do this is effectively to install a tap on the BNG. Juniper call it Flow Tap Lite. And basically what that says is that basically every packet that this user has going in and out will get pumped out of a different interface and fed into a collector, and the collector can then take care of those. Yeah, as I said, with Juniper, that's Flow Tap Lite. You need an SSP license for that. The other way which you can do if you don't want to shell out for a license is you can use filters and VRFs to kind of force one user's traffic to go in and out of a BNG a different way, and then do a sort of port mirror or whatever on that VLAN or that port. It's not nice, but it does do what you need if you need to do it in a hurry. With a BNG Lawful Intercept, you pretty much will always activate that using radius and COAs to turn that on and off. Completely seamless. The BNG sees nothing, or should see nothing, should be nothing in the log, should be nothing to show it's actually going. Really just, you get a kind of ACK on your COA, and then you know it should be all good.
you normally, and then to actually turn on an LI, you'd need to also provision it on the provisioner. You can do that in the config, or ideally you'd use the REST API to kind of turn a LI on for a particular criteria or ID. You can tell your BNG to stream all those packets to a real IP of a collector, but what I see way more often is actually you just tell it to stream the packets to a fake IP, and then you chuck a static ARP entry on an interface saying it's down here, and it just forces all those packets to pop out an interface, and it goes straight into a collector, and then it just snoops all the packets coming in. So if you don't use BNGs and you're just going static IP configuration, what you effectively normally have is probably many users in a particular VLAN, and they talk back to a gateway or a router. So you've got a collector off to the side, and you need to get those packets into the collector. So you've got a few different options here. So one thing is if you've got a common VLAN or layer 2 segment that all the packets flow through, you can just pump that into the collector. It doesn't matter if it's got many, many user packets in, because the collector can then actually strip off everything it doesn't care about and then only pass back to the mediator what it really cares about. You've got a lot of WISPs in the room, so if you're running a MikroTik network, you can kind of do the same approach where you can effectively either take the VLAN or in the middle that everything passes through, stream that using TZSP back to the collector, or again, you can do some form of collection on the gateway itself. So you're going to, if your gateway is a MikroTik, you can do TZSP there or do a port mirror or whatever. So when you've got a ISP with static IPs, there's no BNG or radius activation typically because there isn't a BNG. So it's effectively activated by enabling a tap on the switch or the router, as I said, and then enabling the intercept on the provisioner, and then you should be good to go. IRIs, so in a typical kind of ISP BNG network, you'll have users talking to a BNG, but in the background there's typically a radius server or a few kind of authenticating and doing accounting records for that BNG. So the key thing again is how do we get those IRIs, or those radius packets into the collector so we can actually look at what they're doing. So my first approach, and my sort of old-fashioned approach, was to always just find a common point on the network that all those radius packets will always pass through, do a port mirror or a VLAN mirror or whatever, and then just pump all those packets into the collector. Works well. A lot of people have done that. What I'm sort of calling the more modern approach here is the great thing is because the collector software, all of OpenLI, will run just on a Linux box, you can take a Linux box that's already doing something else, and you can actually then just install the OpenLI collector onto that. So if you've got a radius server, you can just put the collector software onto that radius server, tell it to actually intercept on the NIC that the radius server answers on, and then voila, it's got all of the packets going in. The problem with this approach is that actually in the logs of the collector, which probably most of your network has access to, will tell you that it's turning on an intercept, it'll tell you useful information about the intercept, and it's probably not what you want everyone in your network seeing. So the kind of sort of carry on from this approach is actually to have a normal radius server that you use for all your kind of authentication and your accounting records, and then either tell your BNG or that radius server to then send a copy of all those accounting records to the other secret radius server. And on that secret radius server, you can install OpenLI, and then you've got a system that only the authorized people can access, and you've got everything you need. And I'd assume that will make part 3, well, the GCSB, when assessing part 3, much, much, much happier. So really, there's many different ways to get the radius packets in. As long as you can find a way to get copies of every radius packet into a collector, you're all good. And again, I'm quite interested in what the sort of the part 3 requirements would be in terms of secrecy over what LIs are going on in the network. IRIs with static IPs, there aren't any. So just OpenLI will helpfully generate a start when it sees everything starting, and when you turn off the intercept, it'll generate a stop. That's the only IRIs you'll see throughout the whole intercept when you're doing a static IP intercept. VoIP, this is very simplified, but effectively you've normally got users and they're talking SIP and RTP back to a SIP server or an SBC. So you need to, well, first of all, those SIP packets, just to refresh, are IRIs, which you need. The RTP packets are CCs that you need. So again, my old-fashioned approach was to either find a common point in the middle that all of those packets pass through, stream them to collector, all good. Or if you actually had a physical SBC, you could actually just do a port mirror on its NIC on the switch and then pump that into a collector, and you've got all those packets. But similar to the radius approach, what I like is, again, if you've got a Linux, sort of Unix-based SBC, what you can just do is install the collector software on that, tell it about the NIC that you use for all your SIP communications, and then that will just stream that back to the mediator, and you've got everything you need.
So this one's a little bit tricky. So this took me quite a few hours to work out the first time, so I might as well share the knowledge and save some people some time. So you need some very particular radius attributes when turning on our LI. So you can turn your LI on and off using a COA. You also, once you've done your on and off, you want to store the full kind of radius reply for the user. Needs to have all the extra attributes in, so if they disconnect and reconnect, they'll still have an LI performing. So on your slides there are the kind of key kind of entries you need to actually do there. The mediator IP address, as I said earlier, can be a real IP of a collector, or it could just be a sort of bogus kind of static ARP entry pointing it out at an interface so it streams into a collector. This part here is something that stumped me for a long while, and Neil Tapp, who's actually in the room, helped me out with this one. So effectively, in your radius or your COA, you'll put a hex code, which is your ID for the intercept. And what this means, you can have many intercepts going on at once. Now, if that ID is 4 followed by 7 zeros and a 1, that's hex as well. From the actual provisioner point of view, that will become 0x0, lots of zeros and a 1. So effectively, the most significant bits or the hex characters there are being transcoded. So effectively, a 4 becomes a 0, or really, I think you're actually, basically, when it's a radius, you've got 0, 1 as your first bits, and they get changed to 0, 0 once it ends up at the other end. So the key thing is basically your provisioner will see a LI using this ID, so the effectively 1, and your radius side of things will see it using a completely different ID, but they're the same thing. So in there, it's probably a bit hard to read. That's kind of how you do your JMirror config in the collector to basically state that it needs to inspect the Juniper headers and strip them off and have a look inside. And that's pretty much how on a Juniper, at least, you do your radius activated LI. Testing. So you've deployed all this. Everything should be hunky-dory, nothing to worry about. But the thing is, you kind of need to know this works. So that when the police or some maybe sort of worse agencies come knocking, you kind of need to do what they want them to do, and you need to actually know that it's going to work. And it needs to work stably as well. So let's move on what you can do. So first of all, you can do some real simple in-house testing by turning on the PCAP LEA that we mentioned earlier, and make it so that your just PCAPs start rolling, 30-minute roll, 3-minute roll, whatever, and just turning up on your box. And then you can actually just open those up and check they look like what you expect them to actually look like. And then your next step I tend to do is you actually tell the LI software to actually start using a LEA that's on the local host. Now this will be the local host on the mediator, because the mediator is what streams the Etsy. And so what you can do is you can use libtrace, open up 2 extra shell windows, run trace packet dump and what I've got on the stream there. And one of those will effectively be your HI2 data coming in, and one will be your HI3. And this is very human readable in some ways data. So you can turn on this internet and you'll start effectively streaming it to your local host and reading it in using Shane's software, and you'll see what the police see at their end, really. Carrying on, adding a VPN into things actually adds a lot of complexity. You've got like inside IPs at both sides. You've got the WAN IPs of the VPN. You might need some bridges and loopbacks involved. So what I really suggest doing is spin up a VM somewhere external. It could be on your own network, someone else's network, doesn't really matter. Make yourself an IPsec tunnel between those 2 boxes. You'll probably need to put a bridge or a loopback on both boxes and put a inside IP on it, which is what your mediator will kind of talk from and talk to. And then you'll need sort of your WAN IP for communicating. And at that point, you can actually basically tell the software about the LEA that's on the kind of remote host over the private IP, over the IPsec VPN, and you will actually finally be doing something that's very close to what the police want you to do. You'll be streaming data over a VPN, it'll be arriving at the other end. So at that point, you email our friendly police. They will do a VPN design with you, or they'll suggest a design, you'll say whether that's good or not. It'll be very similar to what we did in the last slide, funnily enough. They will then turn that on to their test or staging environment. One thing to watch out for is for security reasons, they won't allow you to ping them. So you've got to telnet them on a particular port and check that you can talk to their, whatever the end kind of devices are on that port. And that's the only way you can test you've got connectivity. Now, because again, it took us quite a while to do this the first time, these slides will be available later on, but this is actually a completely working IPsec config for the New Zealand Police
Just put your IPs in terms of your WAN IPs, protected IPs on both sides, and you're good to go. There's a reference to a secrets file there that you put your secret in. They'll probably exchange that with you in 2 different ways and do it in a nice, safe way. So what I alluded to earlier is actually not all LEAs actually support the gazetted ETSI standard. It is a bugbear of mine. I'm trying to hassle people about it. But so what this means is some LEAs will require you to have an SFTP server with rolling PCAPs sitting on that. They will define gzip, not gzip, file format, roll time, everything like that. So you just need to, when you're installing LIs, don't just worry about the standards. Also think about having an SFTP server on there. How are you going to secure that? How are you going to make it so those users cannot use SSH? It's simple stuff, but again, if you've been served for warranty and you're rushing it, it makes it a stressful day. I've lost a lot of hair over that. And then you really need to test that and monitor it. So it's no point turning on a LI and then 3 weeks later it stops working. So you really need to have something that's going to show you that a file has been written every 3 minutes or every whatever, and it keeps on rolling, and they fetch it, and maybe you need to warn you if the police stop fetching it or whoever. Because if they stop fetching it for a long while and stop deleting it, eventually you'll probably run out of disk space. So yeah, really, there's a few different LEAs involved. I can't list all of them, but they'll have various things they need from you. But if you follow everything in this guide, to the best of my knowledge, you should be good for all law enforcement agencies out there. So I'm going to go on to, as Shane referenced before, a horribly complicated diagram to kind of show you kind of what you might do in an ISP. So let's sort of make a bit of sense of this. So what I'm trying to show, first of all, is we've got a very typical POP for an ISP. You'll typically have your BNG in there already, and you have your users connecting to your BNGs. You'll have a radius server in that POP most likely, because it's quite handy to keep radius servers local to BNGs. So really, you'll install a collector onto that radius server. That gets you all your IRIs. And then you'll probably have a physical collector in that POP, and that's where you can actually just stream straight out of the BNG, out of 10 gig NIC, go straight into the collector, all good. Provisioning network, that'll probably be a VM just attached to your core. You need to have good IP, well, you need to have IP connectivity between all the blue boxes on this diagram. Down the bottom, mediator. I've shown on this, we've got an IPsec VPN straight off the box to the LEA, but you could have a hardware or a separate firewall sitting in front of it doing the IPsec and whatever kind of suits your network. As I mentioned earlier, you might have an SBC or a few in your network. If you can, install a collector on that. Otherwise, do some form of sniffing of the packets or get the packets into you. That's all your voice taken care of. But the last thing I wanted to show is that maybe you've got a POP where you've got lots of space, or you want to not have too many collectors or whatever. You've got a POP where you don't want to have a physical collector. So it's very doable to actually take the packets out of the BNG, pump them to a VLL or some form of pseudo wire, and just make them so they pop out the other end into a collector in a different POP. That's a completely doable solution for OpenLI. And so on that, we'll hand you back to Shane to talk about sort of ongoing support.
Yes, so the future of the project. So obviously we've built something that works and is in use for a number of operators in New Zealand. So we need to keep going because, let's face it, it's not going to be a very useful solution if we stop maintaining it and the software slowly rots away. But as you may have noticed, things have been a bit difficult for universities over the last couple of years, and they are very tight with their budgets. And the university isn't able to sort of subsidize the project if it's unable to cover its own costs. So we need to generate enough income to cover the costs of my time and any university overheads and so on. So in the past, a big source of our funding has come from various grants. So thank you to NZIX and Internet NZ who have supported us in the past, and most recently ISRF Asia gave us a very sizable grant to help improve the project. But the problem with these grants is that they're competitive, so it's not a reliable source of income. We may not get a grant. And the other thing is that the grants tend to be focused on things that are adding new features, right? They don't give you money just to maintain and support what you've already got. And the other thing is that if we want to push for a grant, we've got to get some degree of industry collaboration to show the people that are funding us that there's value in the project. So what we're trying to do now is we're going back to the people who we know are using OpenLI and basically saying to them, if you pay us each of you a small annual fee, we can in return give you some amount of priority assistance with any bugs or any minor feature requests that you happen to have, right? And we're talking not a very onerous fee here, and in particular for our New Zealand operators who have supported us for so long, we're very reluctant to make those fees anything more than about $10,000 tops, right? And we'll kind of usually give you a quote that's sort of on a case-by-case basis, right? If you're really, really small, then we're not going to say 10K, we might say 5K or whatever. And the whole point of this is not to make money, not to turn a big profit or anything, but just to generate a reliable source of income that can keep me around and make sure that I don't get dragged away and put on to other projects. So 2 big advantages. Obviously, I'm on hand if anyone has an immediate problem that they need solved right away, because they're under some pressure from some organizations. But if there are no immediate problems for me to be solving, then I can use that time to just keep improving the code, promoting the project, and generally just doing cool stuff. But in addition to that, we're trying really, really hard to take OpenLI to the rest of the world. So the New Zealand market is obviously very limited for us. So we're trying to grow that support contract base out to the rest of the world. But it's not been easy. Certainly, even though there are what are supposedly these mostly global standards, the level of compliance can vary a bit from country to country. And it's very hard for us to build trust, especially as an open source project. Basically, foreign LEAs just won't talk to us, to put it lightly. And also, we haven't been able to get out there over the past couple of years and network in person, which makes a big difference as well. But what we have managed to do is I've spoken remotely at a number of conferences throughout the APNIC region over the last couple of years. And most recently, we're starting to see the benefits of that. Some inquiries are really starting to roll in. So I've listed a number of countries there that we've had inquiries from over the past year, and you can see it's a pretty broad variety. So the plan is to just try and keep at it as much as we can, keep pushing and do some self-promotion. But to finish up, the thing that I really want for you to take away is that we're not going anywhere. I intend to, for this project to keep going as long as it's useful to people in this community and other communities. It's just really that the level of funding that we have is going to determine the available resources, right? So can we maintain the same level of time I'm putting into the project, or do we have to cut back a bit? And the other thing that's important to emphasize is that the software is always going to be open source. So it's not something that's ever going to be unavailable to you or put behind a big paywall. You will still always have access to the software, even if you are not assisting us with a support contract. Cool. So that's pretty much us. Well, I'll do it. So, as you know, Dave is an ISP and enterprise consultant for Searchlight, and he's done a number of these OpenLI deployments now. So he's happy to assist people with anything that they need. He'll answer the questions in the OpenLI channel on the NZNOG Slack. I'll also be hanging out there as well. And so if you don't know me, I don't know why we did this at the end now. Yes, so I'm working at the University of Waikato. 50% of my time is spent on OpenLI at the moment. Hopefully we can maintain that. And again, if you want any assistance or have any questions about OpenLI, about our support contracts, or about anything in general relating to Lawful Intercept, then feel free to drop us a line as well. Cool, so we can take some questions now. We have a couple of minutes. So.
We can't really answer, but I've been quite surprised. I've done a couple of LIs for quite small organisations where I was never really expecting to get a warrant. And fortunately, one of them we got served about a month after we finished OpenLI being implemented. And on that subject, it's worthwhile noting that LIs can go for quite a while. probably can't go into specifics, but we had one that was supposed to go for a month or two. It then got renewed for a year, and then it got renewed for another year. And also at the same time, we're trying to rebuild our LI infrastructure whilst a warrant is running, which is challenging. Yep.
The other thing is, would it not be in the LEA's best interest to fund such things?
I think that sounds like a great idea. Any comments from the LEAs? There's a mic down there. Oh, yeah.
You mentioned that if you can run multiple intercepts at the same time. What if you've got to send those intercepts to multiple agencies? Does the mediator actually deal with sending the right intercept to the right agency?
Yes. Also, you can have more mediators as well. So you could, maybe if you had a gigabit user streaming and you're running out of CPU or bandwidth, you could have one mediator doing one LEA, one mediator doing the other. The other thing to bear in mind in New Zealand, you could have two different agencies ask you to tap the same user. So you could be streaming one user to two agencies. And that should be supported as well? Yeah.
Trust me.
You mentioned that certain agencies require PCAPs. Can you run this thing in reverse? So basically take your Etsy and pull out PCAPs?
Yes. So we've mentioned yesterday to some people that they could, to solve all their problems of having to ingest via SFTP, instead they could actually put our software taking Etsy in and then spit out their rolling PCAPs behind. And that maybe is a good solution here. And maybe they'll fund us for it. I think that's the spooks rolling on the floor laughing.
Anybody else? Going once. Going number.
Thank you. So carrying on our TIXA theme, is it the police or the GCSB first? Does the police or the GCSB know? I think it's the NCSE are going next, and so that will be Chris from the NCE to give a bit of an update on TIXA in general and part 3. Thank you.
Good afternoon, fellow beer/wine lovers. I'm aware that I stand between you and a beer or a wine, so I'll make it pretty quick as I whistle through what I have to say. First of all, I am not a spy. Yes, I do work for the GCSB. No, I'm not a career spy. I have not worked in this industry for a very long time. In fact, I come from the IT industry. 35 years in IT or something like that. I know my baby face and debonair looks don't look like that, but yes, I've been around. I've got the grey hairs to prove it. Most of my career has been in the enterprise side of IT. Sorry, most of my career has been in the enterprise side of IT, not necessarily carrier, but I spent the last 12 years before working here, working for Vodafone, so got a bit of exposure to the carrier world. So again, what I really want to do is today I just want to give you a bit of context about where we fit into the world. So for my sins, I am the legally delegated authority or regulator for Part 3 of TIXA. So all of your TIXA notifications ultimately end up on my desk, and I get to approve or decline what happens in your world. In our world, we're really interested in risk. And what I want to do today is just run you through the landscape of risk and the context of risk that we actually work in. And it is a very different environment than you might think. And so risk for us is about determining risk, it's about understanding risk, it's about advising on risk, and we do so across a number of different things. And of course, we have to consider a number of very critical factors, and those factors might be different from the type of risk that you're actually looking to determine. It's a very complex world that we live in. It requires a lot of very lateral thinking sometimes, as opposed to very logical thinking. It means that my team have to be very multidisciplined across a lot of different things. And so when I'm bringing on new people into our world, it's not necessarily that they're just technically focused. They actually have to have a very broad range of skills to come into to work for us. But more importantly, the risk that we're thinking about isn't necessarily the contextual risk that you are. The world that we live in from a risk perspective has to consider the national risk. It has to consider the regional risk, so the Asia-Pac or the Southeast Asia risk. It also has to consider, in some cases, the global risk. And so when you think like that, it actually takes quite a bit of time to transition your thinking into that space, because we all live in a world where risk is boots on the ground, who's going to attack me locally, what does that mean for my organisation, what does that mean for the financial outcomes for my customers, and the risk associated with your world. So we've got to kind of flip that on its head a wee bit. It might surprise you, but TICSA is not the only area that my team do risk assessment for or risk work in. So we actually work across 4 different regimes. Now, TICSA is the one area where we are very specifically the regulator, and so the decision-making process sits with us. But for 3 other regimes, we actually provide the same service, exactly the same methodology and the same context, but for different things. So for TICSA, we're part 3. And we assess the telecommunications risk to New Zealand from a national perspective and from a regional perspective. We also then take a responsibility for assessing risk across the OSHA domain, which is the Outer Space and High Altitude Activities Act. And we are not the regulator for that. That's done out of the Space Agency, out of MB. But we provide a very specific service looking at risk across launch vehicles, so rockets, and all of the satellites and payloads that go into orbit on those rockets. It's actually quite cool. We get to get hands-on with actual space vehicles. We're quite heavily integrated with Rocket Lab in terms of that information sharing regime, and the team get to go out there on a fairly regular basis and actually get to see what they're doing and experience it in person. So it's quite an interesting place to sort of go and have a look around. They actually work a bit like a startup in some odd kind of way, and they refresh their architecture on a very regular basis, like every 5 or 6 weeks. Coupled with that, there's a few holes in the way OSHA kind of works, and so we also work alongside the Radio Communications Act, which is administered by the Radio Spectrum Management team at MB, and we do a very similar process for risk evaluation and advice into that regime as well. And so that's obviously space-based assets talking to ground-based assets across some form of radio communication. They spend a lot of time worrying about frequency crossover, and we spend a lot of time thinking about what bad guys are going to use that stuff for. Probably the most interesting area of the other regimes we work in is then the Overseas Investment Office. So we do the same kind of risk analysis and advice, but it's into a regime that is incredibly broad. So one day we'll be looking at a building purchase in downtown Auckland, and the next day we're looking at a fish and chip shop in Gore, which is quite interesting in its own right. But what it means is we get a very broad picture across the New Zealand domain about what's actually going on in the world that's important to New Zealanders and to Kiwis. Just to allay some of the fears that I know you're obviously all having, the domains sit independent of each other, so we don't take information from one area and then share it with another. We're legally bound to keep the information within a set domain. And so if we find a particular transaction is in, say, the TICSA space, and then we find that it turns up in the OIO space, we actually separate our team and we work on it separately so that there's no cross-contamination. It's a very specific legal requirement we work under, and the team are very good at making sure we stick to those rules. The system that we work in is the National Security System, which is a very broad smattering of government departments across many varied activities across the New Zealand domain thinking about national security. And when we say national security, we're talking about anything from earthquakes to cyber attacks. And that system is slowly coming out of the shadows and becoming something that we're talking about publicly a lot more. And so we're connected quite carefully to a lot of parts of government where those things matter. And in fact, we are obviously at the GCSB, we're quite connected to a lot of the things that go off in the cyber world. And a good example of that will be the current advisory that's been put out for the pool ping malware that's hitting mostly ISPs, I believe, in the New Zealand context. And so I understand that the NCSC put an advisory on that today. So we actually went back to work, or one of my team went back to work this morning and helped them make sure that it got to the right people, which is probably half of you sitting in this room. So if you got something today, we actually had a hand in making sure that that got out to you. So you might think to yourself, well, what do we do this for? Now, I have to admit, I have a little bit of a problem. I'm an avid DIYer. And for my sins, I build houses. And houses, I'm one of those typical Kiwi blokes, right? No one's going to beat me. I'll do it all. And you think to yourself, well, when you're doing a house, there's a picture of me actually putting a roof on a house that I own. You don't really do anything unless you've got a bit of a plan of what you're going to do and why you're going to do it, right? And that ultimately comes down to a building consent of some sort. Now, the building consent process, as most of you will know if you've ever been through it, is excruciatingly painful, but it happens for a reason. And it happens for a reason because it's largely two things, right? It's giving you a plan about where you're going to spend your money and what you're going to physically do to the house, but it's about mitigation. It's about mitigating the risks that are involved, right? And it's there to protect not only you, the homeowner, but it's there to protect the builder. It's there to protect the council. It's there to protect the bank. It's there to protect a whole bunch of people about what's going on with your house. Now, and for us, TICSA is no different. So TICSA represents risk mitigation. When we think about the context of TICSA, it's not about catching you guys out. It's not about tripping you up or anything like that, right? We don't profess to be the absolute experts in carrier networks and network design and cybersecurity. What we do is we do risk evaluation really, really well. And as you can imagine, we have a whole bunch of tools at our fingertips to help us evaluate that risk in a different context from the way you might see it. And so when I started this role, I decided that I wanted to change the mentality that we had towards TICSA and the way we approach you. And we wanted to approach you and be your partners and be your customers. Or sorry, for you to be our customers more than our regulated authority. We were going to stamp our mark on you. And it's about understanding your world more so that we can evaluate the risk better. Because at the end of the day, we all want a good outcome here, right? This is not about anyone trying to catch anyone out. We're all on the same team. Risk is a really interesting thing, and the times we live in are pretty unprecedented, right? So carrying on with the building theme, anyone tried to burn a jib board lately? Isn't that a nightmare? Yeah? I bought 40 sheets the other day. They averaged about $70 a sheet. That's if you can find them. That's if you can find them. There's a few tricks to how you get that stuff I have subsequently learnt. But you used to be able to whip down to your local Bunnings and buy a really crappy sheet of jib for $15. You just can't even find that stuff anymore. And the reality is that the world we live in is really in this very unpredictable time, right? And nothing that we ever thought we knew is what we thought we knew, right? Things are changing all over us. And that context is really important when you think about what risk means in this environment because it's changed. I remember way back in 1999 of all times, I was working for EDS, if any of you can remember that, and they spent millions of dollars on a change program, and it was to change their logo from a square to a circle. Anyone remember that? And they shipped in people from overseas, and they got the whole company together. But they said one really important thing, and it was that change was here, and it was here to stay. And boy, were they right. The industry that I worked in, the enterprise side of it, just hasn't stopped changing since then. Kind of in a weird way, it's been a very cyclical kind of change, you know, let's decentralize, let's re-centralize, let's decentralize. It's all gone through these very cyclical changes. But the last 2 or 3 years has been change on a scale that I've never ever seen in my life, and probably most of you haven't either. We're in an environment where the world is horribly unpredictable and you don't kind of know what's happening next. There are so many factors affecting it, and of course, why I say that is because contextually it's really important, right? You now have way less options to hedge your risk when you're putting changes in place in your networks, and we have way more things rather to think about when we're trying to think about how to mitigate risk at a global level, at a regional level, and at a national level. And that's really hard. I don't envy you guys at all, right? In fact, I feel quite humbled to be here today. because you guys represent a really critical part of the national security system, whether you believe it or not. You uphold a piece of the national critical infrastructure puzzle that everyday New Zealanders can't live without. And so, in wrapping up, what I really wanted to say was, I've been in this game 35 years, and I've never seen so much change going on. It's been quite hellish, and I know you guys have been doing your part to try and keep up with what's going on in the system. And so what I really wanted to do is say thank you, because I know that without telco, everything falls apart. And that's a really interesting thing to think about. If you guys didn't do what you did, then things would be in a hell of a state. So from all Kiwis, whether they know it or not, whether it's about buying their finger puppets on AliExpress or watching cat videos, thank you for doing what you do. I'll take quick questions. Don't ask me anything classified.
No questions by the looks.
From across the ditch, how do you define critical infrastructure over here?
Interestingly, it's going around at the moment on what constitutes critical infrastructure. There's about 5 different work streams for it, and there's no real specific answer at the moment.
Can you please not do what we did and define it as everything that happens to be telco?
Yeah, look, I have a few people in my office that are working on that at the moment from various government departments, and we've put our hand up to try and help them unbundle what that actually means, but there is a lot of work in that national security system at the moment to try and figure out what actually is critical and what's not. You know, is a water dump in Miramar actually critical infrastructure as opposed to the cell tower that's servicing that area? You know, it's those sorts of things. It's a really hard one. Yeah. Anyone else? All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chris. So next up, we've got Dave Lancashire from the New Zealand Police to, I'd assume, give an update on Ally and Part 2 of TIXA.
No, I'm all good, mate. Thank you. By my recollection, I've got about 3 minutes to go through my slides so you guys can all get to your drinks on time, which is quite ironic, I think, that the police are trying to help you guys get to your after work do. So I'll do my best, all right? Cool. TIXA came about in 2013. It's a crucial piece of legislation to me because it helps me solve crimes. That's why it's important to me, and that's why it should be important to you too. Key parts of the Act is the interception capability, duties, and registration and enforcement part. I maintain a register of all the telecommunications companies, those ones that registered. If you haven't, you might want to. Key requirements, you must register. Must advise me of any relevant changes. Got to update in November. Again, I scan the room. And the most crucial part is that once you hit that nice little customer threshold, you must be fully interception capable. I cannot advise you on a specific platform to use. It's one thing I cannot do, but one thing I can say is I've tested with OpenLI and it works. Section 5, the purpose of the Act is for me to ensure that we effectively, collaboratively work to lawfully intercept communications. Why do you think we do that? Who's the main reason why I have done an intercept in the last 6 months? Anybody want to throw out an example of an offence it would be for? Drugs? Anyone else? Don't give it away. Drugs is second, homicide is first, everything else after that. So the majority of them are sadly enough for homicide. Okay? It's not just adults, but that's children too. And that's where you guys play a significant part in allowing me to do my job and hold those people to account for taking the lives of people that they shouldn't have. So thank you from me to those that have contributed to that mission of trying to make New Zealand the safest place by holding those people to account for the actions that they've done. You guys do play a part whether you like it or not. How do we do it? There's 3 different ways that intercept is authorised, either via surveillance device warrant, which is signed off by a district court or high court judge, or through the emergency use of section 48 powers, which allows us to self-authorise for 48 hours, or an intelligence warrant for our partner agencies. These are the bad things. If you're not compliant, you can be fined. But worst of all, if I come knocking on your door to say, hey, we need to intercept for X, Y, Z reasons, I'd hate to think that you guys would fail to come up to the play, because the offences that we're dealing with aren't low-level offending. It's homicide, serious drugs. It's not silly stuff. There's an example. Shots fired into a vehicle. Operation Trojan Shield, a couple of $1 million worth of methamphetamine seized. Operation Skipjack, police raid to strip $1 billion worth of drug harm to the community. Homicide cases, more homicide cases. Done. Any questions? Do you know what the most ironic part about that is? The reason I became a detective is because I was at giving out speeding tickets. So they found a place for me somewhere else.
I just have a question. With the prevalence of end-to-end encrypted messaging apps and all those good things, what's the point these days? Like, what do you garnish from raw data?
What do we garnish from raw data? End-to-end encryption. Yeah, hey, look, it is a challenge. Hey, but I've just shown you couple of slides of where we still successfully have prosecuted people for criminal offending. Just because you end-to-end encrypt stuff doesn't prevent me from doing my job. It makes it harder, but it doesn't prevent me from doing my job. Sweet. Enjoy your drinks.
One more question.
This is a stitch up, eh?
Yep. Now being on the other side of the fence,
yep.
And that everybody's got OpenLI, we're all registered, and we've got things running, so the standard is being gazetted. Is there a way that we can get all the agencies together in a room and corral them so that we can actually deliver the same way?
I don't know, Neil, when you worked for me, how did that go? Yeah, like personally, I've got no issues with how you want to deliver it. You guys know that I can accept it however it comes, right? But ultimately, the objective is to make it usable for all law enforcement agencies. The question is for someone else, not necessarily myself.
But as the TIXA registrar representing all 3.
Yeah, I do represent all 3. But
the information that is necessary for lawful intercept in a registrar. The owners of the Act are MB. If you would like to have a word with the policy people at MB, feel free.
Cool, thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you, Dave, and always blow on the pie. So that brings us to the end of day 1 of NZNOG. We've got a social at Foxglove at 5:30. Can we get the map up on the big screen? Yep. So effectively, Foxglove's about sort of 200 metres, 300 metres that way. You've got 2 ways to get there. Attenuation is low. It'll be better if you go in a clockwise direction or it messes with my OCD. Thank you, and see you at Foxglove shortly.